Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Land of Sundered Crowns. We are in the small town of Aldwell, the party having returned from a brief excursion on behalf of Shamash the Alchemist earlier this day, where they had an encounter with a new friend, Anarian, and which revealed the true nature of their erstwhile companion, Calcifer. Upon their return, they settled into the tavern, and were just settling down to begin their evening when the sound of alarm began to ring out throughout the small town. And a member of the Golden Band, the mercenaries that act as the town guard, threw open the door of the Fox and the Hound and began calling for Cloven, the half-orc leader. And so, all of you are sitting around as you see Anarian, you had gone upstairs, I believe, so I'll just move you over to one of the rooms.
Was it early in the mid-afternoon, or was it nighttime at this point?
No, it was getting toward twilight, so the sun was just starting to set.
Okay.
Hang on. Is everybody in?
Yep, it's finished loading.
Excellent. Okay. No worries.
We're still waiting on you, huh?
We're still waiting on me, sir. I swear I'll catch up. It's been a month, so I swear I'll do better.
Character with a limp.
Since I made it.
You're in? Okay, awesome. So, this guard that had been rushing in, as he bellows for Cloven to, the back door bangs open, and the half-orc guard captain comes running out, apparently like buckling on his sword in a great hurry. He's as he emerges, he bellows, he's like, "What's going on? Report now!" A number of other guards kind of scooping up in his wake, and several other members of the guard of the band that had been hanging around in this small tavern, or in the common room area, here also rushing together. He moves to the door, and along with the guardsmen that had been following him, all move outside.
Would like to ask a question for Naira. Did you pass out those potions?
No,
No.
they are in my backpack.
But we know you got them.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
You were there when I picked it up.
Yeah. Lauren would have slammed on the table and got up and just said, "Now's probably a good time to give out those potions to everybody." Start stepping up.
Okay. And she will immediately start digging through her backpack and handing them out. There are 3 of you around. We've got 18 total. There are 6 of us, so I will hand out 3 each.
Awesome. Question for the setup of this brothel.
Mm-hmm.
The second floor, like the windows of the rooms, do those look out onto, like, is that just like straight drop, or is there a little bit roof up there?
No, it's pretty much a straight drop, as far as you know, anyway.
Good to know. Nyx is gonna stand up and look to his sister. Thank you for the potion, and I'm gonna go get our starry friend, and he's gonna dash.
I did calculated, by the way. We only have 12, so I handed out 2 each, just so you know.
Do you give me? I'm gonna go get an Arian. Do you want me to give him?
I'll
his
give you
potion?
another 2. Yeah.
And then he's gonna bolt upstairs.
Okay.
I can't get to my character sheet. Can you help, Andrew?
There you go. I move Valco.
After getting the potions, Lauren's just gonna nod and head outside.
Okay. As you emerge, you see Cloven surrounded by 4 or 5 members of the guard. And one of them who has run up, appearing quite breathless. He's bent over slightly, kind of panting as he tries to talk. To the north, the solar farm. And Cloven goes, Solar. Get everyone together. All of them. The militia too. Turn them all out. Get the armor and weapons out of storage. Now! No. Tell the stables to get all the mounts ready. And then he whirls and sees you, Lorium, and you, Naira, emerging. And you see that he's got this very kind of angry look on his face. And his sword has actually he's drawn his sword from where it sits across his back. And now he's holding this great sword blade in his hand that you've seen him carrying this whole time. And he goes, you guys, is your group ready to move? I need your help. It'll take me time to get my men together. There's a rider came in. A farmstead is under attack. The Assault farm, about 3 miles to the north. Can you make it there? Go! My men will be right behind you. And then he immediately runs back inside, and any of you that remain inside see him basically just storm through the common room on his way upstairs. Nyx, Nyx, you have arrived upstairs in Anarian's room.
He'll say, sorry you didn't have a lot of time here, but it sounds like some shit's going down over there and we could really use some help. Also, here you go, and he hands you 2 potions, and then he draws out his short sword and says, we gotta get, and then he'll run off.
And Arian just looks at Nyx with his mouth open and just shrugs and follows.
Lauren would have gone to the stables and fetched the horses for everybody.
Okay, so you're on your way to the stables. Anarian and Nyx. So as you two pass through, you see in the common room Lady Yannicka, or Madame Yannicka has appeared, and seems to be giving orders to Zavara and a number of the other courtesans there. Basically, as you pass through, you just hear her say, all the children into the upstairs rooms. Get the girls up there too. And you hear her basically handing out urgent orders to everyone here, trying to keep people calm. And then she points sharply at a number of the merchant guards that had been basically sitting at one of the tables getting ready. So, go tell your masters, the town is coming under lockdown. Make ready to defend yourselves, or to leave. I care not which.
And as I go outside and see Wander, by the way, I will hand him. I will actually look at him and say, "Do you know if healing potions help you?"
No.
Well, please, and you need to try it. And I will hand you two.
Okay. Two potions. Potions of Hallow. Potions of Hallow.
Okay, so Lorium, you run over to the stables on the northwestern edge of town, on the northwestern corner of this little square. The main square seems to be all abuzz with activity, obviously driven by the sounding of the gong, which you can still hear from the tower on the hillock above the town. You can see a figure there energetically smashing a hammer into this large plate that had been set up evidently for this purpose. Most people are hurrying towards the Fox and the Hound, obviously eager for any news or explanation as to what is going on. This is definitely something that most of them have never experienced before from their reaction to it. A couple of members of the Golden Band are kind of on alert. They're doing their best to sort of shepherd people inside, but obviously unsure themselves what exactly they are supposed to be doing. And as you approach the stables, you can see two more members of this of the mercenary band. One of them hurriedly trying to kind of pull on his breastplate, as they seem to be trying to help the stable hands get as many mounts as possible ready.
Alright. He'd walk straight up to the hand, like the stable hands past the guard. And just say, "Give me my 6 horses, don't you dare fucking kiss my ass, we're going out."
Right, sir. And yeah, they just both of them just kind of bolt inside. You see that they'd already led out. Actually, most of your horses, 4 of your horses, are already out. They seem to be basically just grabbing everything that was inside the stable, getting it out, and like throwing the saddles on them. And they very, very hurriedly lead out the last 2, or kind of just quickly buckling the saddle and everything onto it. It only takes them a minute or so before all 6 of your horses are there, ready for you guys to utilize. What are the rest of you doing while he's heading to the stables?
I imagine we would be gathering up together, coming down from our room.
Okay. Does anybody want to do anything particular?
Nara has told Valko to stay and to keep watch inside the tavern.
Okay. He kind of takes up station by the door, watching you leave somewhat morosely but eagerly, knowing that he's doing what you trained him to do.
At that moment, Nyx comes like skidding through the door, sword out, just like looking to Uther and Naira for instruction.
Shall we go meet Thorium with the horses? We should hurry.
Yeah, let's make our way out there right now. Next week, we need you to get a look. You're the best scout we've got. We need to know what we're dealing with.
Nyx smiles at you and gives a wink and says, "Oh, you do care." And then he starts making his way to the stables, taking a quick glance to make sure that Onarian is behind him.
A question. Sorry, is our main armor still active?
What time? When did you put it on? Did you put it on at the farm or like this in the morning?
We put it on at the farm.
Then yes, it would still be active because that was around about noon that you got there, and at this point it's about 5:36ish.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
You're good. An area.
You would see that Narian is indeed behind you with a concerned
Okay.
See that Lorium has picked up the mask and is wearing it again, looking like a fucking bandit leader.
Yeah, so you're able to jump in, and you can. Your horse is well used to your ways by now. Takes off at a gallop as you land on its back, and you are able to just take off straight north, heading out past Shamash's house and out into the wilds toward the Dorvashi woods. The rest of you, what are you going to start doing?
And Aaron would get on Calcifer's horse and follow the party, and he, in a low voice, would be like, "What's going on?"
We don't know. Naira's ears are down, and she's got a very determined look on her face, but she is sort of marching. And goes and gets on Nutmeg and does wait for the rest of the party before going anywhere, but she is watching Nyx go with a very concerned expression on her face.
Okay. So the rest of your group gathers up. You you're all able to mount your horses, which have been assembled and are ready and waiting for you. And together, the other 5 of you. Ooh, whoopsie. There we go. The other 5 of you are all able to set off as well, out into setting off north, away from the small town of Oldwell, out into the plains and the gathering darkness of the Dorvashi wilds. So, Nyx, you're out in front. What are you doing?
He is, you said the farm is to the north?
Correct. All you heard was, that it was about 3 miles to the north of the town, or the settlement.
Once he gets kind of out there, he will kind of bring horse to a little bit slower of a trot, just letting the others catch up, and then he'll stay about, I'd probably say, like maybe 80 feet ahead, like where they could still see him.
Okay. So, you guys are all hurrying, and you're all on horseback, so it's not going to take you very long. It's probably only going to take you maybe 20 minutes or so to go these 3 miles. Do any of you want to accomplish anything during that time? Or are you all just going hell for leather?
I feel like we would probably be going hell for leather, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Wander's horse.
Well, in the gathering darkness, a little ways north of you, you start to see, as the darkness closes in and the sky darkens, ahead of you, becoming increasingly visible as the light of day fades, you see the unmistakable glow of large flames. You're still in quite rough ground, so it's hard to say exactly where, what you are looking at there. But even as you guys are approaching, you see the flames seeming to spread, growing. First of all, it was just one large kind of source of light over there on the right. Then, as you are approaching, you see another further to the left, also start to glow and grow brighter and brighter, billowing clouds of smoke going up into the sky and darkening it even further, blotting out the stars that had begun to emerge. As you begin to approach, are you going to be? Are you doing anything special as you approach, or are you just riding as hard as you can? Nyx.
As we were getting started, he would have called back over his shoulder and asked, "Are we charging in, or do we want to try to sneak up?"
How far ahead are you?
Can I yell over 80 feet? I don't know.
You can slow down enough to get within yelling distance, and like, yeah, I mean, I suppose you can. You are like at a canter, so it would be difficult, but yes, you can have a little tete-a-tete.
Yeah, so he'll slow down and he'll call out to the group. Do we want to charge in, or are we trying to be sneaky?
Lorian?
See what you can see. We'll make the decision after that.
Oh, and then at that, Nyx will just ride ahead.
Okay.
Leaving them behind.
And
Okay.
then we'll say, wait, I can hide our presence. And he'll say, gather round. And he'll cast Pass Without Trace.
Yeah, be nice.
I think this is centered on me. I've never used this spell before in my life, so cast the spell.
And do we have to stay around you to maintain it?
I think
Okay.
so. It's a radius, and it's up to 10 creatures, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And he will plant his staff with the lantern, sort of hooked onto the snoot of the staff. And you see him bring his hands together, and the starlight begins to fade from your skin, and you guys are enshrouded in soft gray shadow. Yeah, that's what he does.
Okay, so Nyx, are you going to then stay with the party, or are you going to ride ahead?
No, Nyx is gonna ride ahead because I think that will let it cover all 5 of them and their horses.
Correct. So you are a very stealthy mounted party of 5 people, I suppose. So you you are galloping a little ways ahead then, as the rest of them are staying in this more closely knit group. You crest a small hillock and see ahead of you what looks to be a small farmstead that's laid out in a kind of a wide basin in this rough terrain. There are a number of buildings that you can see, 2 of which are slightly further off to the right, are at this point well ablaze. One of them actually looks like it is starting to burn out. This fire obviously having been raging for at least 30 minutes at this point. Both of those buildings, against the firelight, you can't see much movement or anything like that. Whatever has happened at those 2 places seems to have pretty much already concluded. However, further off to the left, you see a smaller building that looks to be an actual home. The 2 burning buildings seem, from their size and structure, to be barn-like in nature. This one, though, appears to be a home with a large number of figures gathered around it. Give me a perception check, please. Okay. So with that, it's hard to tell. With there's flickering firelight and torches obviously being carried and moving around. It's hard to tell exactly how many people or what you're looking at. You're a few hundred feet away from your vantage point here, but you do see a large group of figures swarming around this house structure. Of several different sizes. Again, from this distance and without proper references, it's hard to tell exactly what sizes you're looking at, but there's some quite large, some very small, all of them moving in a confusion around this building, which does not yet appear to be lit, but you can see definitely that there are flames being wielded around it.
I'd like to find a place where I can slip off of horse and leave her where, if they're coming this way, the rest of the group will see her.
Mhm.
And then I'd like to kind of, I want to get ahead enough to where I can make out some of the shapes I'm seeing.
Okay, yeah, it's very easy for, like, you know, horse is a relatively well-trained creature. It's very easy for you to slip off her back and leave her kind of on the track that you guys were following. And you're fairly confident that even if the rest of the group don't run into her, she's not going to, you know, run off into the wilds either. How close are you going to approach?
Is it all just flat, or are there like pockets of trees?
No, this area actually does have not dense woods, but there's certainly like copses of trees every couple hundred feet. There's broken terrain in all kinds of places. The area that you have been kind of following to get here is actually one of the few areas that's a genuinely sort of flat track. So it is fairly easy for you to find terrain that would conceal you.
Then I'd like to try, because you said I'm about 100 feet. I want to like half that and see if I can make out anything.
Okay. Well, previously, to get like that initial view, you were probably about 250 feet. So yeah, you can go to within 100 feet, and then like 100 feet isn't that far. You can, you know, you'd be able to see pretty clearly from there. But approaching that closely, I will require a stealth check as well as another perception check from you, sir.
Fuck me.
Ooh.
Fuck me.
Okay, so you approach to within 100 feet, and as you kind of approach closer, going a little carefully, like you are obviously pumped up with adrenaline and the urgency of the situation, so you're not being as careful as you normally would be. But you rush in a little closer and are able to kind of peer over a hillock, get a closer view. You see there are at least, you would estimate, a dozen to 20 figures gathered around this small building. As you watch, one of a pile of what appears to be like chopped wood or hay or something like that off to one side, one of the figures hurls a torch into it, and you watch the flames catch and start to lick higher and higher, light growing and illuminating the rest of this scene as you see the familiar shapes of these dire wolves with riders astride their back, circling the house, surrounded by many smaller figures that are darting to and fro, torches waving in their hands. And among them, at least two figures that dwarf even the dire wolves and their riders. It is, again, it's hard to make out exactly what you're looking at with the flickering shadows and everything that's all the confusion of activity ahead of you, but you do see that there are three distinct sizes of creatures, one of which is, even though they appear to be kind of lumbering back and forth just on foot, they are clearly standing head and shoulders above even the hobgoblins astride their dire wolf mounts.
Does it look like all of their attention seems to be on the house?
They do not appear to have noticed you.
Lucky me. At that point, does it look like anybody at the farm is putting up a fight, like against them, or does it seem like one-sided, from what I can tell?
You don't see any obvious signs of fighting. As you watch, like they have previously just kind of apparently been circling this house. As you watch, though, you do actually see one of the large figures just rears back and delivers this crushing blow to what appears to be the front door of the house, which instantly just buckles and bursts in. And then you see that massive form kind of duck in under the frame, smaller forms scurrying in alongside it.
At that point, Nyx will turn tail and head back and meet the group.
Okay, so you guys have been moving in behind him. Can you guys all give me stealth checks with advantage, please, from your pass without trace?
It's a straight +10.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
Advantage or straight rolls?
Straight roll. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
+10.
no, it's 7 plus 10. Actually, wait. You know what? I'm supposed to do this.
Like 4.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so your group shrouded in shadow, the starlight seeming to skitter away from you as it shines down, leaving this shroud of shadow that encapsulates you as you move forward. You guys are all approaching to within a couple of 100 feet, and you can see, much as Nick saw before you, these two burning buildings off to the right that are at this point well ablaze with very little activity around them. And then in the smaller building that is just ahead, you can also see another fire as another figure. There's it looks like they've been piling things in front of one side of the house, and as you all approach, you see one of the small figures throw its torch in, and with a whoosh, another large fire starts shedding its light onto this scene. And as you approach to within about 150 feet, they do not appear to have seen you yet, and or you're actually probably about 200 feet at this point when Midnight Nyx rejoins your group.
He's a little out of breath, and he's like, okay, we need to get in there. They're surrounding this house, and he looks directly at Laurium in his eye, and he just says, and there's a big fucker.
See the eye sort of bend into a more crescent shape as you assume he's smiling.
We should get in there.
Alright, but we approach hitting hard. Don't run in straight to a fucking fist fight with those fuckers.
What do you suggest?
Well, everybody's got range, and he loads up a crossbow. Going blasting.
Nara prepares her hand crossbow.
Nyx pulls out his short bow.
Uther draws his stick.
And my stick.
Okay.
With your stick in my hand, our powers combined. Eldritch Blast!
Okay, so describe how you guys are approaching then. Sorry, 1 second.
To approach slow, and then in the moment we're all in range.
Shall we try it stealth? Maybe we get a surprise on him?
The pass without trace, that's only if I was there when you initially cast it, right?
Never used a spell before, so I don't.
Looking at the wording for it, that is how I would rule it, yes. Each creature you choose within 30 feet of you has a +10 bonus. And he is not within 30 feet of you, so...
They can technically like leave it and come back in, and then they get the buff again.
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't he there when we casted it before he headed off then?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
He was in a hurry.
And then rolled a 10. Maybe.
You didn't.
Doubling down. Nyx is going to then fan out slightly, trying to curve a little towards the west, just so
Okay.
that
She is going to basically say to you, be careful.
over his shoulder he'll just say Bossamir, drink Bossamir, and then he'll kind of disappear a little.
Okay. So, you guys all begin to make your approach toward the farmstead. And let me know when you're all loaded in.
I appear to be loaded. Oh, that shit is huge. What is that?
That is a giant whale.
They don't exist until they have
Okay, so it looks like everybody's in. So, you all begin to approach from the south. Nix, you are shifting out and around to the west, you making good use of your speed to gain a little headway and come in at a slightly different angle than the rest of the group. As you all approach, however, I assume you've all dismounted at this point, by the way? Cool.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. I know that you already had Nix, yeah. But, so, as you all approach, you see this scene laid out ahead of you. Oh, 1 second, sorry, let me just make sure that the recording is properly centered. There we go. You see this scene laid out in front of you. The farmhouse already starting to burn slightly as some of the flames begin to catch. 2 piles of what you're not sure exactly what, burning well already in front of it. And sorry for the accompaniment. You hear these sounds of baying cries and guttural noises in the language that you have come to recognize as Goblinoid, sounding in the dark. And as you all approach to within about 30, 40 feet, or 100 feet or so of the main group, you see that the activity appears to be centered around 2 individuals standing next to one of the larger fires and a small well. One of them is a very tall, very broad-shouldered hobgoblin who stands out not just because of his stature, but also because of the fact that he wears extremely, what seems to be very oddly finely made full-plate armor that is strapped to his imposing frame, and in his hand he's got this huge, wickedly curved glaive that he holds to one side as he barks out orders. And to his side is a smaller, goblin-looking creature. Again, dressed in somewhat finer accoutrement than you're used to seeing in creatures of this kind. The robes that it's wearing are enclosing its whole figure. A tall hood and flowing down to below its feet, dragging in the ground. As you watch, it seems to have its arms upraised, its eyes almost rolled back into its head as it's chanting this strange guttural chant that is taken up by all of the creatures around it, until suddenly one of the hobgoblin riders that had been circling the group, gazing out from the firelight into the darkness, suddenly shoots out an arm with its sword in hand and goes, "Githro! Bithmuratalafal!" And it appears to have seen your approach. And I will need everybody to please roll for initiative.
Yeah, it's better than 1.
right, Naira, you got this.
Ah, holy shit.
Okay, so it looks like everybody's rolled initiative.
Everybody rolled board.
I didn't roll piss board.
Yeah, you and Naira.
It's always good when the good goes first, right?
So, Naira, you're up.
Okay, well, I need to see how far I can move up. 1 second. Oh, wait, wrong thing. Okay, I'm gonna use my fun tabaxi speed to move up 50 feet
Okay.
to there. Okay. I think it was there.
Yeah, looks about right.
And then I'm going to take aim with my crossbow and try and go for this fucker right here.
Roll your attack.
Did it roll?
Not yet. No. Ah,
No.
nope. So yeah, your bolt is hissing out of the dark, but clatters off the stone wall beside it.
And that's me.
Okay. You see one of the smaller creatures, in response to this cry of alarm, moves forward 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Comes running forward, brandishing its short bow, but that is all it is able to accomplish this turn. From inside the house, you hear a deep guttural roar as one of the massive creature that had burst open the door appears to ignore the goings-on outside for now, but moves over to another wall inside. And what you can see now to be an inner door, and rearing back with its club, brings it down against the door. Which buckles and smashes inward, but does not yet give. Whilst another goblin runs forward and is going to take a shot at disadvantage, flinging a arrow in response to your crossbow bolt, which sails uselessly overhead. Wonder.
Yeah, I'll move to right here, and I will reach my hand into that jar of stream/drips from it, spread it in the air, and as they alight, Naira and as well as my
Okay. Be sure to mark yourselves as blessed so you can just so it's very easy to forget that in the heat of such a large combat.
Why you gotta say that?
Okay. So, as your spell cascades through the air, one of the figures inside, another of the figures inside the house moves forward. 10, 20, 30. This one coming to the window, which has already been smashed in, you see, and as it arrives, it looks out towards you, Naira, rears back with one hand with a javelin in it and lets fly at you. However, you are in dim light there, and with its... Oh no, actually, sorry, not a javelin. It has a longbow in its hand. But was not apparently expecting your appearance, and another arrow hisses uselessly by you. More small creatures now rush forward. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. From both sides of the house appearing. This one, again, firing a short bow at you. Does a 19 hit?
Me?
Yes. Ooh, for 8 points of damage.
Question, by the way, I was just looking up the rules for cutting words, and it doesn't technically say that I need to share a language with them, but I'm going to assume that you're going to call that.
Post the feature? Because if it doesn't specify, like suggestion specifies that you need to share a language, so if it doesn't, then I would say that that means that it is not a requirement.
I believe the spell says that the creature knows it's being insulted or ridiculed.
Well, it's not a spell, it's cutting
Yeah.
words.
Yeah.
I can't figure out how to post the feature, but I'll
It's cool.
the word.
Cutting words, but while on a creature you can see within 30. No, yeah, it specifies the conditions under which the creature is immune. If it cannot hear you, or if it is immune to being charmed, neither of those apply. You can use your cutting words.
Okay, then I am going to use my cutting words if you'll let me.
Yes, I will. Yeah, no, we're
You know what, actually, I missed the opportunity. I'll do it on the next one. Thanks.
okay. So that goblin's gone. Direwolf. Another of the hobgoblins rushes forward. 10, 20. To here. Spotting you, Wander, having made your cast and highlighting yourself with this divine glow, it will then also make an attack against you with pulling back a longbow and letting fly. Ooh, they're rolling well today. Does an 18 hit? Wander? Tyler? Oh, well, I just checked his character sheet and it does not hit, so arrow clangs off his metal chest, and we'll hope that he reconnects before he is needed again. Uther, you're up. Oh, wow, would you look at that? There's still a bunch of them that I forgot to roll initiative for. I hadn't scrolled all the way down, so...
Oh, you are there, Tyler.
I am here. What I miss?
Hobgoblin shot an arrow at you.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay, that's just...
Yeah.
My headphones broke, so I decided to fix them with them.
Nice. So, you are fortunate, and we will have unfortunately skipped over a lot of those initiatives this time around. Just because we'll call it that they were distracted by your sudden appearance.
They were busy chanting.
Fucking right? Holy shit.
Uther, you're up.
And
Which guy? Yes, certainly. He does seem... That's this fairly imposing hobgoblin that seems to be in some kind of command of the group. Well, you also don't have line of sight to him.
Well, I have sound line of sight.
To the... Yes, you have line of sight to the smaller goblin figure that was leading the chanting. And he is 90 feet away from you.
Seeing that figure, I'm going to change my mind on the shadow. That's not a get a better example, but I'll wait for him. I feel like he's coming. And I'll just turn and point my pistol. There we go. Ah! So you're starting with the burning thing. Did you at least steal everything first? Are you not that brat? And then I'm going to...
Against which one?
Oh!
We're all rolling terrific.
Okay, Nyx, you're up.
Yay. Yeah, I'm going to... Nyx is going to use his bonus action to steady aim, and then he's going to take a short bow shot at this hobgoblin here.
Okay. The short range on that is 60 feet, right?
I believe it's 80. Look at him 1 second.
Well, it is 60 feet from you, so you're either 60 or 80, you're still good there. I just measured. So yeah, go ahead and roll your attack. You do get advantage from your steady aim. Uh, 24 certainly hits. Roll with sneak attack. Ooh, nice. Your arrow just comes straight out, like it's drawn its sword and is running forward, and you kind of just track it for a moment, loose, and your arrow just takes it straight through the neck, and it kind of takes 2 steps and it falls face down in the dirt.
And that is all.
Okay.
First blood.
First blood indeed. Well, technically, your sister has been fairly bloodied as well. But first death.
Everyone knows first blood means first kills.
You see one of the larger bugbear figures that you can now see there appears to be a cart far to the rear of this scene. It is actually just ignoring the sounds of battle that have erupted behind it and is busy lifting what look to be like sacks and crates onto this cart, just totally ignoring the violence behind it. However, the smaller figure here, having seen your bolt streak out of the night, is going to run forward itself and will fire its own short bow back at you. Oh, damn! I am rolling well today.
Silvery barbs?
Is it within 60 feet of you?
Where are you? Which one is doing
It's
it?
this goblin, so... Yeah, oh!
Oh no!
No, it is just out of range, unfortunately.
Damn it!
Anyway, your best. Ow. Yeah, don't say that.
Not as bad as it could have been, though. Just another 8 damage as this other arrow comes in, bites through your armor. Anarian, you're up.
So I'm gonna move. Let me make sure I get it. I'm gonna move here. And I'm going to reach my hand up towards the heavens while slamming the butt end of my staff on the ground. And Marin says, Lunador, Gil-galad, and I cast Moonbeam at 2nd level. Oh, they said right here.
Okay. And they both need to make Constitution saves.
As a bonus action, you will use an archer form thingy.
No, it's a standard action to use your wild shape, or it's an action to use your wild shape. You can use it. You can use your attack as a bonus action, but you need to use an action to change first.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Goblin makes it. Bugbear doesn't. Roll your damage for your Moonbeam. No, yeah, but you need to utilize your wild shape to change into starry form, which is a standard action or a regular action. Uh, 7 points, you said? Okay.
Was that Moonbeam?
Yep.
Cool. That's pretty.
Okay. Wait. Where's your Moonbeam attack roll? I don't actually see. Yeah, because the 7, that was for the Starry Form Archer.
I was just wondering when.
Yeah, I was like, why is that so low? That seems really anemic. So no, yeah, go ahead and re-roll that. That's a little... Every little helps. Okay, so yeah, the bugbear that was seemed to be leaning over, rooting through a barrel when you guys arrived, and your Moonbeam catches it unawares. Goblin tries to jump aside, but it's still a little bit burnt.
By the way, it's the damage supposed to trigger when they either go into it or start their turn.
Oh, that's fair. Well, they are both going to start their turn in there, so we'll just call that,
Just
yeah.
keep that in mind, yeah.
We'll just keep that in mind for them. Okay, thanks for the reminder on that. Okay, is there anything else you want to do in your turn?
That's all I got.
Okay. So, Nyx, Naira, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Naira, call odds or evens.
Evens.
Nyx, this massive ogreish form that you can see highlighted in the firelight here, having seen your arrow streak out, raises its club, these two beady little red eyes seeking you out in the dark, and it will lumber toward you. Club upraised as it shambles into the darkness toward you, but unable to get an attack this turn.
Since it ended with its turn within 5 feet of me, I'm going to use my skirmisher reaction to move half my speed away from him.
Probably a good idea. That doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity, right?
Huh?
That doesn't provoke opportunity attacks, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just double check. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and move yourself 20 feet.
It should only be 15.
15. Oh, I thought you had a 40. Oh, no, you don't. Right, of course. Y'all look the same.
Whoa.
I have movement of 30.
Oh, really? Okay, well, weird. Okay. Anyway, Lorium, you're up.
Alright, he's going to lumber forward. He's gonna make it right here. Let's see what he can see. These two are still up.
Those two are still up, highlighted in the beam.
He's just gonna take a Hail Mary. Pew. Nope.
Okay.
As he...
Technically, you can add a D4, can't you?
I mean, yeah. But will that change anything?
No, neither of them have an 11 armor class, unfortunately.
Well, he's gonna say, I'm all out of blasting, and he's gonna pocket the...
It's like, oh, well, I tried. Okay.
That is legitimately his turn.
Another of the hobgoblins that was waiting in the windows here now vaults over the... vaults through the broken window. 10, 20, 30. Moves to there, and not quite able to close the distance with you, Naira. It will instead raise its short bow and... or its longbow. Who does it take a pop at? Lorium, wanting apparently to address the what it sees to be the most imposing enemy.
Debatable at this point.
That's hurtful.
But no, the arrow wastes itself against your armor. As then this one turns its wolf. And the pair of them leap forward. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. To there. The hobgoblin, raising its bow from the back, from the mount, and firing. But I assume a 13 misses, Lorium?
Here.
But yeah, apparently slightly unsteadied by the movement of its mount, the arrow hisses off into the dark. And last but not least, another of these, another creature appears from the inside of the house, appears in the doorway, and is going to take a pot shot at you, Anarian, you being the closest one that it can see. Ooh, does a 20 hit? I think you're muted.
You're muted, potentially.
Sorry, were you guys talking to me?
Yes. Does a 20 hit?
Yes, it does. Sorry, I'm getting a message from Mark. Like, I can handle that. Yes, a 20 does hit. Sorry.
Okay. And it actually got pointed out to me that you should have been, that I was mistaken before. You can assume your starry form as a bonus action. So, my mistake. Let me just quickly roll back up and see. Who did you shoot your starry form at?
The one that got hit by the moonbeam.
Okay. Unfortunately, the 13 that you rolled does not hit. But you are now in your starry form, and that is available. Okay. This hobgoblin, this little goblin has appeared. Struck you with a short bow arrow for 6 points of damage. Coming back up around to the top of the round, this bugbear roars in pain as your the beam of light smashes down onto it. Kind of recoiling and roiling as this broad shoulders turn. And it raises its club and will charge toward Naira, enraged by the assault.
Did it take damage from the moonbeam again?
No, well, the damage that it took, it should have taken now at the start of its initiative. So that, yeah, like the damage that it had already taken is the damage that it just took. And it swings at you for
I'm gonna use my cutting words.
Okay.
I'm gonna let me roll that d4. Please roll high. Oh no, it's 1d6 actually. I think it's
Better.
Yeah.
yeah, it is.
I don't know.
Ah.
Ooh. So a 19 still hits, unfortunately.
19 hits, yeah.
Yeah. For 9 points of damage as this massive club that it's carrying smashes into your ribs.
She's not looking to pop.
Just under half.
This goblin then takes another shot with its short bow. But you being outside of the firelight, it does so with disadvantage and misses. You now see this the hobgoblin in the plate armor kind of shoulders its glaive and walks almost nonchalantly forward, kind of just leaning its glaive across its shoulders, and seems to be just taking you in. Taking no further action yet, simply going, as you engage the rest of its troop. Meanwhile, one of the hobgoblin knights rushes forward from behind it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. And then closes the distance, running in toward Lorium, but unable to take any attacks, having used its full movement to get there. Naira, you're up.
Naira is gonna use her bonus action to disengage. And she is gonna move back here, and she's gonna drink a healing potion. All right.
Okay.
And that's me.
Okay, another of the goblins takes a shot with its short bow toward Lorium now, him being the closest.
Nope.
But its small arrows are wasted against your armor. This great creature inside, again, is going to swing its club. Oh, but those of you that are watching inside, actually, as it seems to be about to swing at this door again, but as it brings its club in, it kind of catches on some of the damaged furniture and almost is yanked out of its hand, and it bellows in frustration as the door remains standing in front of it. Another of the goblins will now move forward to here, ducking into cover behind this log, and is going to take a shot at you, Nyx, but will do so at disadvantage, you being far out of the light. Does a 15 hit?
No.
So, hisses overhead. Wander, you're up. Okay. Roll your attack, sir.
Yeah.
I love your yaws are always like, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Ooh. But no, that is a miss, unfortunately.
Like sad.
You do technically... Oh, well, I mean, a bless is only 1d4, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right here.
Okay. The hobgoblin on the back here now takes a swing at you, Lorium, with its sword. But you are able to bat its strike away. The hobgoblin in the window will take another shot at an Aryan.
It's a 15 and it misses.
Okay, you're able to duck out of the way. The goblin now here will leaps out of the moonbeam. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and skitters around. You notice, actually, those of you that are close to it, as it moves in, it draws a weapon that is quite unlike the primitive clubs and axes that most of its kin seem to be wielding. This one actually is holding a rather well-made looking short sword. As it snarls and bares its teeth at you, moving into position to flank. This goblin also will rush forward and take a shot with disadvantage at you, Nyx. And nope, the shadows cloak you well. This one is going to take a shot with disadvantage at, well, at you, Naira. Unfortunately, you are closest, but you are now shrouded in shadow. Which is lucky for you, because the arrow goes wide. You see now the goblin that had been chanting seems to kind of come out of this almost trance that it seemed to be in, and it turns now and gesticulates for a moment at the figures clustered around the cart to the north, babbles something in this strange tongue that none of you recognize, then turns, raises a hand, snarls something else in a strange, arcane, twisting tongue, and sends a... Where is its frickin'... well, I would send an Eldritch Blast, except that Foundry is not letting me.
I mean, you know the damage. It's just 1d.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna roll the attacks. Special 1d20.
This is actually a level 20 master.
And what is the range, Uther, on Eldritch Blast? It's 120 feet, right?
Correct.
Cool. So yeah, he is within range. Ooh, yeah, and that is going to hit Wander, so...
You see Narian raises his hand and utters a word, and little sparkles of light begin to drift from his...
What are you casting?
Crystalline. Silvery Barbs, baby.
No, you're not. It's 90 feet away.
Oh, right! It's too far away!
And what was the damage on Eldritch Blast? It's
D10.
D10.
Yeah, it's 1d10 per beam, plus their charisma modifier if
If they've got that, yeah. For only 2 points of damage, however, he seems enraged by the presence of your divine magic on this battlefield, but at the same time, apparently unable to seriously harm it.
When you dial your patron, but he's still using AOL.
Is concentration check is it a save or an ability?
It's a save.
Save.
Yeah.
Hey.
So yeah, you're good. This direwolf apparently seems to be straining forward slightly, but the hobgoblin on its back actually reels it back in, looking back at the hobgoblin leader behind it. You hear, those of you that are close enough hear them exchanging, shouting a few words to each other, but you can't make out what's said. And that's that one. This hobgoblin now in front of you, Naira, will rush forward and try and take a swing at you. However, in the dim light, it is again going to be attacking with disadvantage. Which is lucky because the other one was a natural 20. So yeah, you were able to duck back into the shadows and avoid the sweep of its blade. This goblin actually is going to then scamper back and seems to be trying to lend aid to the figures that are loading the cart. That one stays there. This one runs out onto the steps and is going to take a shot at Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, Anarian. 21, okay. And what's your AC with the shield? Just so I know.
It would be
22? Okay, yeah. The you throw up this force field and just deflect the bolt streaking in toward you.
It's shield is +5, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The hobgoblin here, reeling in its eager direwolf, is nonetheless going to draw its short bow or its longbow and make an attack. However, it will be at disadvantage because it is mounted. At Wander, 16 misses. Uther, you're up.
Seeing all of this play out, seeing them grouping together right there, Uther's going to turn and going to cast Shelter.
Oop. There we go. Okay, so they all need to make Constitution saving throws. So, first wolf passes, second wolf misses. First, and again, first, so the two that are engaged with Laurium seem through the adrenaline of combat able to shrug off the worst of the effects, but the two behind are caught full in the face. Roll your damage, sir.
Right. Oh.
Ouch.
3, 2, 3.
The dice do not like us today.
Nope. They're full reversal.
Then going to going to step over this way, and then over here,
Okay, to
and then he'll say to Thorium and go, tear that wolf's head
Okay.
Working on it.
Nix, you're up.
Alrighty then. Hi Dice, it's me, your friend, Nix. Just wanted to say thank you for treating me so well. Nix is going to run forward 6. Yeah, nope, hold on. I have to count in my head. Give me 1 second. I did not think this through. Okay. He's going to run forward and then bonus action dash to move 60 feet.
Okay. Go ahead and move yourself, sir. Yeah, 60 will get you to there.
And then he's going to take a short bow shot at that hobgoblin right in front of Lorium.
Okay, roll your attack, sir. "14 misses, unfortunately, as it throws up its shield as it sees your arrow coming in.
That's my turn.
Okay. You again see this large bugbear that is on the wagon, throwing a last couple of heavy sacks onto the cart and then beginning to clamber up onto it itself. This goblin moves forward 10 feet and then will take a pot shot at you, Nix, with its short bow. But the dice are your friend. It misses as the bolt goes high and wide. Anarian, you're up.
Okay, so you guys see as Anarian begins to concentrate, and he says, "Bui igala o I ithil a elena," and then the moonbeam disappears and reappears right on top of these two goblins, and he's normally a tinge of blue hue is added to like his skin color with white little freckles that kind of sparkle in his skin as he engages in his archer form.
Okay, roll your attack.
Whatever. Oh, yeah, I'll roll it now. You see how the freckles begin to glow like constellations all throughout this crystalline form, and he'll blast the goblin behind him with his starry formed archer.
Okay, you will be attacking with disadvantage because you're making a range attack in melee.
Damage for a moment. Oh,
Okay, so on their initiatives, that'll be 8 damage. Uh, 14. Actually just misses as it's able to duck back and out of the way of your blast.
That will be it for me. Alright.
Okay. Nix, you ducked away and you hear a frustrated bellow from this creature as you move out of range. Ooh, that is the wrong one. There we go. And it will run forward, chasing after you, lumbering forward with its club upraised, but again unable to actually get an attack off at you as it tries to chase you down.
And again, reaction, sculpture, 50 feet away.
Just running.
No. This is gonna kite this motherfucker across the field.
You see here at the rear, another one of the forms that had been helping to load the cart, one of the smaller goblins, scrambles up the side and kind of perches on there with its short bow, staring out at the battle that is raging to the south, but apparently not engaging. Lorium, you're up.
Alright. He is gonna reach on high with his longsword and take a swing at not the wolf, at the beggar.
At the hobgoblin? Okay.
17 plus a d4. I don't know if 17 would hit.
A 17 would not have, a 20 does.
Oh, it would.
No, it's AC 18. They are well armored. All of the hobgoblins are wearing what looks to be like fairly primitively made, but very tough, like combination of sort of thick chain links and leather hide that's been strapped all over their body, and all of them are carrying like large wooden shields. So they are fairly.
He's getting cleaved through the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
For 14 damage.
Oof, and yeah, you just reach up with your sword and like take him right in under the armpit and keep going up through his opposite collarbone, just splitting him in twain. And both halves topple from the wolf.
The more this fight goes on, the more, like, fuck those bandits, and I'm so glad we killed all of them.
And Lorium is just going to scream in the face of the wolf.
Okay. Do you have a bonus action or anything you want to do? Or a move? Nope. Okay. You're screaming at the wolf. Okay. Hobgoblin is going to roll its Constitution save against Moonbeam. Okay.
Alright, yes, Constitution.
Makes it, but does still take half damage.
Let me make sure. I don't want to lie to you.
Yeah, I just checked up its Constitution. And
Yeah, half damage.
bellowing in rage will charge forward to try and... You actually already rolled your 8 damage, unfortunately.
Damn.
That would have been much better.
You will get to... Well, we will keep that roll for the bugbear, though, because you are supposed to roll for each one. But before that, it swings at you with its longsword. Ooh. But is unable to find purchase. You duck back from the blade. This hobgoblin actually jumps off of its wolf mount, kind of smacking it on the back and giving a commanding goblinoid before raising its bow, and it will take a shot at you, Womber. But your thick metallic construction, again, the arrow just ping, without seeming to find any purchase. 10, 20. This goblin, however, does rush out, and Uther, you find yourself assailed on both sides. But, oh, actually, are you in dim light for it? No, you are actually, so it would have attacked with advantage, but it is simply a straight roll because you are in darkness, being outside of the range of any of the lights. And so you are able to deftly duck aside from its short sword. Coming back to the top of the round, the bugbear that is caught in the moonbeam will make its Constitution save. Ooh, and fail. So that was 15 radiant damage. Very nice. And you see it as, again, it is caught in this beam of light, just roaring in pain. You see that the light seems to be burning off a lot of it's like a very shaggy creature, and you see a lot of the hair on its face and shoulders has actually been crisped and burning away as it roars in agony. but runs forward, intent on revenge, and will take a swing at you.
That was so close to being a 1.
But it does have advantage flanking with its smaller kin. But no, with your shield up, neither of those hit. So this massive Morningstar in its hand, it's like there's almost this anvil sound as it crashes off your shield, but does not strike home. This goblin is going to take a short bow shot with disadvantage at Naira.
Miss.
But the shadows are your friends. And it does indeed miss. The hobgoblin leader, again, is just seems to be content for the moment to watch the performance of its troops and your little band. Seems to be kind of watching you with a disturbingly analytical look on its face as it casually kind of leans its glaive across its shoulders, not engaging at all.
I want to kill him.
And this dire wolf lunges forward toward you, Lorium, snapping with its jaws. But a 16, I don't believe, hits. As, yep, you're able to fend it off with your shield. Naira, you're up.
I am going to draw my crossbow, or not my crossbow, my rapier, and I'm going to poke the guy standing directly in front of me.
Okay. It's going to be a straight roll because you're at disadvantage from dim light, but advantage from flanking, so straight roll.
And it won't let me pull up. There we go. And I'm going to add a d4 to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Wander.
That makes it a 20. That hits.
And I get sneak attack with this?
You do, because, yep, your ally's within 5 feet.
5 feet.
Well, actually, there's a whole host of reasons you get sneak attack for this, but yes.
So. No, wrong.
Ooh, nice. And you, like, it seems to be hesitating between who to face. And in its hesitation, you're able to see a weak spot in its armor, plunge your rapier in, and you see it just kind of stiffen for a moment, and then collapse forward to the ground.
Where's the fucking killer?
She has a body count.
And then I can move now, right? Yeah.
Yes.
No, what the hell? Come on. I hate this system sometimes. Yeah, I'll just stop there for now.
Okay. Do you want to do anything with your bonus or anything like that?
No?
Okay. This goblin is going to take a short bow attack at you, actually. But, once again, being goblins, not the most skilled combatants. The ogre inside is going to take one final swing with its great club at this door. And you hear a great crash as it strikes a blow. And the door, you Naira and you Anarian can both see the door kind of buckle and smash inward, just barely still on its hinges, as the creature bellows in frustration. And then this goblin is going to take an attack with its short bow at you, Wander. Oh, and actually is able to land a hit.
Rude. Very.
For 7 points of damage.
Which isn't needed.
You're good. And it is now your initiative, sir.
Seeing the danger surrounding from quite literally all sides, he is going to move here and point his finger at the giant being towards us. And quite an alarming pain. Nobody, honestly. And as he points his finger, the tip of it will kind of fall off as it's on a hinge. And a little red glow will shoot out of his hand as he casts Dragonorb again at this large man.
Roll your attack. Roll your d4.
And a d4, yeah, plus the d4, plus the d4.
That hits. It is like it's this giant naked slab of meat in a loincloth. It's not hard to hit, but there's a lot of it.
Neat. Okay, not horrible.
13, okay.
Next attack against it, I believe, before the end of my next turn.
Is indeed.
Now I'm just gonna like 1 or 2 steps this way. That's it.
Okay.
Is reasonably red.
This hobgoblin leaps out through the window and will moves across to here. Its longbow still raised and is going to take a shot at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at Anarian. But miss, unable to find you in the confusion of combat. The goblin behind you, however, is going to try its luck, attacking with advantage thanks to the flank. Ooh. And able to bite home.
Silvery barbs. Marion will sweep around, wave his hands, and sprinkles what looks like glitter at his face.
Okay.
Pocket sand.
And it is effective.
And I'm going to look at Lorian, and in the same sweeping motion, he sprinkles the fairy dust on him and gives him advantage.
Okay.
Think happy thoughts, Lorian.
Very happy thoughts, very murderous happy thoughts, yeah.
One of the goblins raises its short bow, tries its luck again at you, Lorium.
Yeah, fuck you. It is.
20. Ooh. And is finally able to make purchase. Ooh, from again. These little goblin bolts.
Damage. Hey, I think you rolled 8 damage.
I've rolled 2 8s and a 7. 2 8s and a 7. It's they are striking home this combat.
It's quite unfortunate.
He just looks at the gun and says, "You're next."
This goblin is going to rush forward 10, 20, 30 feet to engage you, Lorium, sweeping at you.
What, to engage me?
Sorry, not Lorium, Uther.
Okay.
Does an 18 hit? Okay. God damn, for another 8 damage.
Shit, my lowest damage roll on a fucking longsword is an 8.
And the goblin is again going to raise its hand. This arcane energy gathers around it. It fires it out at you, Wander, again, and is once again able to find purchase. Oops.
Oh, low damage, low damage, high to hit.
Well, so far it's been the best of both worlds for you, unfortunately for you guys. Here we go.
Here's the turning. See?
So that is only another 2 points of damage. As once again, it just seems to like this roiling bolt of energy comes streaking towards you, but just isn't quite able to actually dig in once it strikes home.
Nice.
Let's stay strong again. You can't take my god powers, bitch.
Another one of the smaller figures scurries up onto the wagon. As this great wolf here, having been slapped on the hindquarters, lunges forward toward you, Wander. Jaws seeking for you. But its jaws just... its teeth just scrape over your metal skin, unable to find purchase. That one is dead. There.
Is that strength save only if it hits?
Yes. This one is going to take a shot at you, Naira. 17?
Tie.
That would be a hit then. Okay.
That was a cool effect, though.
They had an effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a spell effect that appears around your character. For 6 points of damage from this little arrow.
I get to see it. God damn it. A little overtime. I did a lot more time with an actual spell slot held up.
This one is going to use its longbow again at Lorien, but firing with disadvantage because it's mounted. And 14 does not hit.
Ah, fuck, you scared the shit out
And
of me.
oop. Uther, you're up.
Arrows at this speed.
I'm just stuck here.
If you're talking, you're muted.
Thank you. I'm going to turn towards these guys over here. No, I'm going to do to this guy right here. And I'm just going to twist and run away and cast Disintegrate.
Okay, the one to the north or the east?
The one right in front of the area.
Ah, okay, the hobgoblin. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Works better. No, damn
Wisdom saving throw.
Ooh.
it. Okay.
Which it fails. And
Forced to use his reaction.
actually, your words twist and change in the air between you like a physical force, and as it hits the back of its head, it seems to be absorbed in, and you see it shudder for a moment for gouts of blood burst from its ears, and it crumples to the floor in front of your companion.
Oh, that's better than I had planned. I'm going to say that as I quickly
Okay.
My turn.
Nyx, you're up.
All right. As I see my stone friend backing away, I'll just say, thanks, buddy. Turn around and pull out my short sword and look at the ogre and say, all right, you want me. What you gonna do if you have me? And I'm gonna run up to him.
Shoot.
I'm gonna go all the way around him, and then I'm gonna stab him in the butt.
Okay, roll your attack.
Stab me in your butt. With advantage.
Where are you getting advantage from? Oh, of course, from Guiding Bolt. Yes, so you will still get your sneak attack, sir.
Does a 13 hit?
Advantage, it would be 15, but yeah, no, like I said, it's not hard to hit. It's a big old beefcake, but it's not hard to hit. There's just a lot of hit points to chop through, but go ahead and chop through a few of them, sir.
And this is sneak attack, yes?
Yes, because you were able to attack with advantage.
Aww.
And then with my bonus action, I'm gonna take the dodge action.
Okay. Not a bad plan. Okay. So, there.
He has all that bluster and he's like, oh shit.
This goblin is going to take a shot at you with its short bow, but it is attacking with disadvantage because of your dodge action. And the arrow flies uselessly overhead. And Arian, you're up.
Okay. So I'm going to cast my moonbeam now. I can move it. Hold up for a second, please. Yeah. Does this hit the wolf and the goblin?
Yes, it does. Or bugbear, you mean?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, that will hit both of them.
And I'm going to turn around, and I am going to cast Misty Step.
Hey, Andrew,
Mhm.
I just realized that my cunning action doesn't allow me to dodge.
Oh, does it not?
Nope. I can disengage, hide, or dash.
Oh, wow. Well, okay, that was so yeah, we'll call everything up till now as done. Did you want to use your bonus action to disengage? Oh, well, actually, you'd already moved. So, although, did you have any movement left? Then, yep. Sorry, you are you're out of luck, sir.
But I think he still would have missed me. So
Yes, yeah. The goblin would have. But okay, so Anarian, you poof away with your bonus action.
I'm trying to see if that's 30 feet.
10, 20, that's 25.
Yeah. And that's it for my turn.
So, Nyx, you slid in and sliced open a great gash in this creature's side, and it bellows in pain, turns, looming above you, raising its club up into the sky, and bringing it down. With this thunderous impact that just crashes into the ground, shaking it beneath your feet. But fortunately for you, not striking home. Lorium, you're up.
Alright. Taking the shield in the left hand, upraised so that the flat end is facing up. He is going to take his longsword and bring it across it, creating sparks over the shield into the bugbear space.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to cast. Fuck it, right? He's going to cast.
That's a
Hunter's Mark.
cool spell. Just fuck it.
So he's going to cast Hunter's Mark and at the same time take the swing with advantage. Because of the buddy giving it to me.
The buddy?
19 hits?
The buddy giving it to you?
Oh yeah, he what is it? His I forget. Silvery barbs, yeah, silvery barbs.
Ah, right, of course, yes. Okay, silvery barbs, cool. Okay, yes, a 19 certainly hits. Roll your damage plus 1d6.
15, 18.
Yes, that is more than enough to finish it off.
Oh, whoops, I keep forgetting the camera does that. Sorry.
And he's just gonna look at the goblin. Come here, flank me. They can't understand.
This hobgoblin is going to attempt to take some sort of revenge for its fallen accomplice. Sends another arrow at you. Oh, and does a 21 hit, Lorium.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Ooh, for 9 damage. As this arrow comes streaking in and just slices past the wolf and bites into you.
Okay, I'm fine.
And then this goblin is going to take a swing at you, Uther. Attacking with disadvantage because this fight is happening in the dark. But a 7, I assume, misses.
It does.
Top of the round. That bugbear is dead. Let me actually just clear its hit points. There we go. So the goblin here is going to take a shot with its short bow at Uther. Odds or evens?
Odds.
At you. But miss. And now. You actually see the hobgoblin that had been standing back and watching the goings-on kind of swing his glaive back around behind his back and pull out a large and somewhat, actually, you see a complexly carved longbow, notching an arrow and kind of considering the battlefield before him before he chooses to send a shot at you, Lorium. But misses in the confusion of combat. The dire wolf needs to make its constitution save.
Or take how much damage?
Oh yeah, go ahead and roll Moonbeam, because it failed.
Just straight up 20. Good missing. Hey!
Not bad.
Not bad.
Oh, I've just seen the conversation happening about HP. I'll be able to fix that in a tick. So yeah, it roars in pain and darts out of the beam, but is still more than angry enough to take a bite at you, Lorium. Come on. 21 hits again. And I will need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Yes, sir.
Oof, for 15 damage. as these jaws just bite into your shoulder, cutting deep into you. And you feel it trying to wrench you from your feet, but you kind of grit your teeth and stand strong, stopping it from pulling you prone.
Let's make a saving throw. Plus a d4. I assume that succeeds?
That's, yeah, it's 10 or half damage, whichever is higher, and yeah, so you definitely succeed there. Naira, you're up.
He's looking hurt. But I can't exactly.
I got him. On my turn.
Question. If I go here, am I in light now?
Yes.
So. And then I can attack him
Yes.
and not be at disadvantage. You don't consider that flanking, though, do you?
No, yeah, you would need to be one over to the left. You would still technically be in the light there. Although, actually, you are illuminated, your target is not. So, but if you were flanking, you would be able to make it a straight roll.
Then I'll just go there.
Yeah. And now neither of you are illuminated. That hits. Roll your damage.
Alright.
And you get sneak attack because you're compatriot. Ooh.
Hey, that's a nice. Hey, that's a nice.
Oh, good grief. Yes, that is more than enough to end this small creature.
And then, how much did I move?
10.
I moved 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my turn.
Okay. This goblin here, seeing you having taken down a pair of its compatriots, is going to take its short bow and send an attack at you, Uther. But attacking at disadvantage because you are in shadow. Ooh, but still, nonetheless, able to find purchase.
No. I am going to use my cutting words. I've got 2 more of those.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll a d6. I really hope I roll high.
Does a 17 hit? Oh, sorry, I interrupted.
That's what I was going to ask anyway.
I think you're muted again, Uther.
Oh, a 17 does.
Damn it. I tried.
You did. It was close.
But seems to at least have had some effect, as this arrow does not bite quite as deep as the others, dealing only 4 points of damage.
Oh, damn it. I could actually take it away from the damage roll, not the attack. Shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, cutting words is fun.
Oh, damn.
I'll remember that for next time.
This, the ogre now that had been assaulting the door, and hearing the cries of battle and the death of its accomplices outside, now lumbers forward 10, 20, 15, 20, 30, 45, 50. Smashing its way out through the shreds of the door that it had previously smashed in. And rearing above you, Uther, but unable to attack this turn. As another of the goblins will take a shot at you, Nyx.
Ooh, me?
Yes, you. An 18.
Yep, that hits.
Oof.
God.
Wander, you're up.
Cool. I'm gonna go for my mace and try to dart very anxiously.
That certainly hits.
Advantage. I don't because I'm in dim light.
Oh yeah, and you don't have dark vision.
Oh. Yep. But it's normal because I have flanking. You're the only member. Yep. My eyes don't work as well as yours do, but they're still creamy. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I can think of what's
Is
the one that I have flanking.
okay. Yep. Okay, yeah, your mace smashes in and it lets out a yelp of pain. It is still on its feet. Do you want to do anything else with your turn?
I do. I'm gonna try to move out of both of their ranges. First move here. Actually, here I think moves me out of this one's range.
Okay, it is going to take its opportunity attack against you. And actually, do these guys have... It does not... They do not have dark vision, so it will also be attacking with disadvantage. And misses.
And I'm gonna try to move out of this one's range. I get here and an opportunity.
A 20. Does a 20 hit?
Does not.
Oof. So, yeah, it lunges for you, and again, these gnashing teeth just cannot seem to find purchase through your metal skin as sparks fly, but you are able to make your way out of range.
Be right here next to the ogre.
Okay.
That will be my turn, hoping that fucking Thorium doesn't die.
Well, this hobgoblin is going to do its best to see that he does, raising its bow and attacking.
Miss!
But once again, your stalwart shield, which is at this point somewhat battered and bruised, has now got another large arrow sticking out of it. And this goblin will shift around, moving in and raising its sword. But you also are able to knock another blow aside.
Well, if you think he just steps on that one since he was facing the hobgoblin.
Whereas this one is going to attack Wanderer, odds or evens.
Evens.
It raises its short bow and will take a shot at you.
No.
Ooh.
What I told you not to do.
For 10 points of damage. As an arrow, one of their blows, finally is able to find some chink in your metal skin. This goblin, however, finding itself outnumbered and seeing its larger compatriot having stepped in, is going to use its nimble escape feature to take the disengage action as a bonus and scurry out from between the two of you over to here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Is going to take a shot at you, Anarian. But misses. And now. The goblin moves forward again to here, and will once again try its luck with an Eldritch Blast. That is a +2. Does a 19 hit, Wonder?
It does not.
No. So yeah, once again, another one of these arcane bolts streaks toward you, but this one splashes uselessly off the heavy pauldron of your construction.
I should also, I don't know if it's clear, he does have a shield.
Ah, fair enough. Okay, that's him.
Not just 21 for no reason.
That's them.
It's because you're precious and must be protected.
Yeah, it's because the gods, this one may not be harmed.
The direwolf now is going to lunge forward and try its luck at you again, attacking with advantage from the flanking. Ooh! Oh, and rolling well, that is 19 damage.
Wander is
Don't hurry.
Oh,
Wait.
Are you in range?
To Wonder?
yes.
Yeah.
I'm not in range. I'm sorry.
You are in range of the direwolf, though. So you can, yeah.
30 feet?
I thought it was 60 feet for silvery barbs.
I have too many measurements in my head right now. Hold on. It is 60 feet. Yes.
So yes.
I will cast-
Oh my god, yes!
Oh, so it does hit,
not, it's fine, so it's not.
but it's not a crit.
Yeah. And I'm going to give inspiration to. It's within 60 feet, right?
Yes. Oh, sorry, that should be damage.
I'm starting to think you're cheating. These are way too high numbers. Like, look at that!
Oof. It still does strike home with a tough bite, though.
You guys see as Tinkerbell flies to the wolf, distracts it, and then flies to Larian. You have advantage.
Now I need to make a strength save, right?
Yes, you do.
So, should I make the save for Bless before or after I make the strength save?
After. Because it's simultaneous with the attack, and then the concentration kind of is a reaction to the attack.
So,
With a D4.
A d4 might get it if you roll your 4.
I believe in you.
aw.
Ooh, so no, you are knocked prone as its jaws bite into your leg and just wrench it out from under you.
Sparks fly. Next, here's a mechanism with Wander's legs snap. Oh, and then Bless save, right. You'll have to kill me to get my Bless from me, bitch.
Okay.
I like to think that these perception checks mean that we're close to having allies.
Well, actually, speaking of which, as this direwolf has just wrenched Wander off of its feet, the hobgoblin that is on the back of the direwolf that had been kind of guarding the two commanders suddenly its arm whips up and points at something in the distance, and you hear it roar something in goblinoid. None of you understand its tone, but there is obvious urgent alarm in it. Uther, you're up.
Going to turn and just speak towards Lorian and say, "You lost a lot of blood. Stay focused now, hero. We need you." And I'm going to
Nice.
And then I'm going to turn towards the figure in front of me and say, "Listen, stupid, you should probably run." And I'm going to dissonant whisper. Do some good damages.
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay.
And say wisdom's saving throw.
Very wise creature.
It has a -2. And fails. So it takes 11 damage. As you see, again, like blood just kind of start from its nose and ears. And then
Actually, I was going to use my reaction to stab it, but I'm going to keep it.
okay. And then it needs to move away from you at its speed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. It kind of lumbers, reeling backward from your spell. Nyx, you're up.
Okay. There's so much happening. Okay, fuck it. Nyx is... Nope. I'm struggling. What do I do?
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, Nyx is gonna go around the ogre, come up to Wander and pour a potion on him, in him.
Okay.
Oh right, I have to roll the potion.
Ollie!
No.
Ollie, come here. Ollie!
I was trying to tell my dog to barking.
Ollie!
No. Do not waste healing potions on dying.
Ooh.
This part
Okay.
spits out and zaps into your finger.
A potion on an ally, a bonus action or an action?
It is a move. So, like, a move or an action. So he used his move to get to him, so it would be an action to apply the healing potion.
Gotcha.
Or, sorry, no, it's a move to use it on yourself. It's an action to use it on someone else. So, yeah, in this case, it would be an action.
Oh,
Okay.
I think you said it was a bonus for us to use it on ourselves and an action to use it on someone else.
Let me double check the posting.
It's like taking versus pouring a shot on someone's throat or for yourself. And it's
Oh, no, you're right. You did say for yourself is a bonus action. But either way, yeah, in this case, it is an action. And 1 second, sorry, I've got to deal with my dog.
Stop.
Oh, I wasn't. Wow. I'm sorry, I'm having an existential crisis that I didn't heal my friend enough. We're both about to get crushed by this fucking ogre. That's my turn.
Okay. This goblin here is going to take one final shot with its short bow. However, both of you now actually do have cover from this burning pile of wood between the two of you. So it is... Oh, that's true. So it will, in that case, attack Nyx, but you do get a +4 to your armor class, so it's going to be a lucky hit if it gets one. It does not. After loosing its arrow, however, you notice that it begins to back away from this log that it had been crouching behind along with its compatriots. And Anarian, you're up.
You're muted if you're talking.
I'm gonna move over here 30 feet. As my action, I will move my moonbeam. I get these two motherfuckers.
Yes. Yep, that will hit both of them.
And then as a bonus action, I will cast Healing Word on... Do I reach? I should reach, right? It's 60 feet.
Then yeah, you can easily reach them.
I shall cast Healing Word on Wander, and he will kind of gash the air around him, and it parts, and he reaches into the stars, and he brings down their light, and it falls upon Wander as he says, Gilgalad Eladar, and you feel the sweet reprieve of cool starlight up on your flesh as you heal for... Breathe, be high. You have got to be fucking kidding me, okay?
So, Healing Word has no constructs.
You do not count as a construct.
Thank God.
Shit myself.
I only saw that when you rolled and I was like, no, come on.
Well, it's a good thing too, because healing potions don't have any effect on constructs either.
Isn't that a good thing? Well, Wander's got a soul and he loves.
Right? Well, apparently it's not quite as effective because
True, apparently.
That's fair.
shitty healing. We got gypped.
Okay, so that's an area.
Switch.
That
Yeah.
damn ferments his multi-potions.
So this great ogre turns, wheeling around, and despite the fact that Wander is prone, you, Nyx, have been its quarry all along, and it is determined to feel you break beneath its club, which it raises and springs swinging down toward you. Does a 19 hit?
Yes, it does.
Stress snacking?
Yes.
For 15 points of damage as its massive club, it just smashes into you, actually lifts you off the ground before depositing you to the ground.
Wander will hear Nyx's bones crack as he falls unconscious.
Okay. Lorium, you're up.
Yeah. As he just points to the direwolf and says, "Fuck out of my way." And you see the hunter's mark go to him. And he's going to take a swing at advantage. Thank you for the silvery barbs.
That certainly hits.
You can thank me by killing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Cough him suffer die now yet.
But
Plus 1d6.
Oh.
No!
It is.
Yes!
Go beyond the grave here. Yes!
So yeah, you turn, your magic focuses. 10 was not. The 12 just got you over the threshold, and your magic focuses in, helping your blade to bite that little bit deeper, and you feel it meet something vital, and it goes limp and falls in front of you. You still have your move action.
And he's going to move 10, 15, 20. If someone else is doing a thing, 10. gonna move right here.
Okay. The goblin is going to take a opportunity attack at you, but you contemptuously flick its blade aside as you rush to the aid of your friends. This hobgoblin, however, is... Oh, actually... Let me make a...
I can see how desperately someone's trying to get within 60 feet of Biggs.
I'm wondering if there's any way.
The hobgoblin actually seems about to rush forward to engage you, but something apparently stays its hand, and it backs away 30 feet. But will still raise its bow and try its luck with a bow shot at you, Lorium.
Hi. Nope.
Finding, once again, only the boards of your shield.
He stares at it and is looking extremely pissed and a little tired.
This goblin is also going to... make an attack, but given that you are all in dim light... oh, wow. Even with disadvantage, Naira, that is a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Fucking goblins, man.
For 7 points of damage before it too scurries backward. But you see now the imposing figure of this hobgoblin commander lower its bow, and it too turns and moves, climbing back aboard the cart at the rear of this engagement, raising its voice and letting out this commanding, bellowing roar. Gospodgal! Vedes por conferenda! Naira, you're up.
With a burst of speed like you probably have never seen, she is going to use her feline agility and dash in the same moment and put herself there. I can't heal this round, but...
Okay.
And I would have done that running around so I didn't take any attacks.
I saw you measuring, so you're good there. Okay, is there anything else you can do in your turn?
And she is probably crying, going, Nix, wake up!
Okay. This goblin is going to take a attack with its...
Actually, yes.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Bonus action, I'm going to drink another potion.
Go for it. It is going to take a shot at you, Lorium. But... and then start to back away itself. Now, this ogre, the ogre that had just reeled back from your dissonant whispers, kind of shakes its head to clear it a little, and you see its eyes focus on you for a moment, and it raises its club, apparently about to charge forward again, but the goblin figure raises a hand and chatters something in this strange tongue. And the ogre actually stiffens and kind of reels back again before moving backward. Its eyes still locked on you, but kind of lumbering backward as though not under its own control or of its own accord. Moving past and actually bending slightly and scooping up the goblin in one hand as it moves.
All their friends. Yeah.
This goblin is going to take a shot also at you, Lorium. But Oh, once again, you're... you fucking miss is getting me every time. 20.
Okay, being a pink cushion.
But yeah, once again is unable to find and backs away. Wander, you're up. Well, actually, technically you are still prone, but it's your go.
Okay. He is going to roll over so that he is on top of Nyx covering him. And as he is, the bits of branch that are covering a small glowing area on his stomach will curl back. And a small bit of light will float into Nyx's chest as he casts Spare the Dying.
Okay.
So he is stable now. He doesn't have HP anymore, but he is stable. So no death saves.
Okay. And did you actually move into his space to cast that, or was that just...
I did, yes.
Okay, cool. I'll just move you over there.
And I am attempting to cover him so that if we are struck again, it hits me.
Okay, are you going to stand?
No, I will not use my shield bonus or anything. I'm trying to cover him as much as possible with my own body.
Wow, okay. Okay. This hobgoblin is also going to try a parting shot at 1, 2, or 3. 1 at you, Uther.
Damn it.
But is unable to find you in the dark and will also start to back away. This goblin now needs to make its constitution save.
Go ahead and roll that big boy damage.
And yeah, Narian, go ahead and roll your moonbeam damage because it failed in style.
Come on, 20.
That's a goblin. How much HP does that have? Like 3?
I know, I want to
My dice do not like me.
But it is enough nonetheless, as it kind of has its sword drawn and appears to be about to move, but just before it can get out of the way, the light just sears into it and it kind of twitches and falls back. That was that one. This one then was going to take another shot at you, Loriam. But in its panic, just basically shoots straight up into the sky, and then will join its compatriots in retreating. The goblin in the hands of the ogre again bellows something in this strange tongue that you come to know as goblinoid, evidently commanding the forces around it, but you don't see any other move than that. The direwolf here with the hobgoblin astride it moves back as though to shield their retreat. The hobgoblin drawing its blade and kind of moving the wolf defensively around them both. That's that goblin. This direwolf, between you and, or between Loriam and Wander, is, now let me see. The sensible thing would be for it to attack Wander. However, it is currently being intimidated by a large and scary tiefling, so let's go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw for, or, well, actually, just a check. Did indeed.
What would cause the most suffering right now?
And no, it has absolutely decided that it will attempt to attack you, Loriam. So it whirls as you come in. And you bat aside its jaws with your shield. From the back, you hear from the back of the house, after you have knocked aside this blow, Uther and, in fact, all of you, yeah, you're all within, I think, the distance. Oh, actually, no, actually just you, Uther. Go ahead and make me a perception check, please. Okay. No, you... In the noise of battle, all you hear is the noise of battle. That's the hobgoblin. However, Uther, you are now up. Oh, wait, sorry. Actually, before you go, this little goblin that is standing on the stairs here, come on, lifts its bow and is going to attempt to fire at you in the dim light, failing miserably, and then scurrying backward inside.
Turn to the other one right over there in the light. Go, come on, and I'm gonna give him the give me one.
Well, you actually get to attempt to give him one first, it being your go, sir.
Oh, I'll head. Getting over to them, and then I'll just look over and Nix, you'll hear like that crack of thunder echoing in the distance as your eyes snap open. As I'll say, get up, Nix. Fight's not over. You gotta. A big old ogre to kill. And you received 7. And then I'm going to look up at the ogre and go, catch me, bitch. And I'm going to point. And attack it.
That still hits. Roll your damage.
I get 3.
It was almost a 7.
It's almost.
Okay.
And then I'll end my turn, like facing off towards the goblin.
Nix, you are up.
I have to ask 2 questions.
Mm-hmm.
How big is Wander? Like, he's pretty large, right?
He's very big.
Yes, he's big and heavy.
He's like 6'8".
Okay, Nyx just came to consciousness in a very tight space.
Yep.
I need to roll to see if my claustrophobia takes over.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Not today, sleep paralysis demon.
Oh, fuck yeah.
You're fine.
And, Nyx will make a very uncomfortable noise and then, like, scurry out from under you as quickly as possible.
Okay.
And on the ground, actually make his way around the ogre.
Yeah, it takes half your move to stand, and then that would give you 15 feet left to move around behind it. So, yep, you can get there.
And then, I'm gonna stab this piece of shit.
Go for it, sir. You do have advantage from flanking. That hits. Roll your damage with sneak attack. Mm-hmm.
It's still good.
Yeah, you.
How many rounds of combat have we gone through?
This is the 4th round that we're in right now.
Only?
Yeah, that was gonna be like 44.
It is 10:49.
As more of these goblins begin to back away.
I still have my bonus action, right?
Oh, yes, you do. Sorry, I thought that was your turn.
And I should have, as part of my move action, I could have drawn out my dagger.
Yes, drawing a weapon is a free action. So, yeah, you are double armed.
I mean, it's not going to be much, but
Every little helps.
Every bit counts.
Roll your attack with advantage. That certainly hits. Okay, yeah, it bellows in pain as you just slice at its back, as you kind of scurrying between its giant tree trunk legs. And those of you who are paying attention to the far side of the fight see this great lumbering form of another ogre that had been at the wagon start to move in response to a bellowed command. And the wagon and those on it disappear into the darkness to the north as it is dragged from the field. And this goblin is going to hurry to join them. Anarian, you're up.
Okay, so Anarian will move. You know what? Fuck it. Anarian's gonna move up. Aim his hand at the target, and you see as starlight begins to accumulate in his palm, and he's going to lunge for the guiding bolt.
At who?
The ogre.
The ogre. Okay, roll your attack, sir.
22.
You're rolling privately.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. How can I show you? Let's help you out with macros. 8 to 22.
But he said that anytime we roll privately like that, it's a cocked die.
Yeah.
Can I take a screenshot and show you?
It's only an 11. Just roll your attack.
Okay.
Like, I mean,
Why the fuck is this not... Okay. Is it rolling private?
that rolled your damage, but go ahead and roll your attack, just publicly, just so we've got the roll.
That's funny.
Forget it, whatever.
Go ahead and roll your crit damage.
So you roll 4 more to your
Yep. Another 4d6.
Why the fuck did I do that? Sorry. I didn't do that.
It's okay.
Damage. Just roll the damage.
So 10 plus
There.
Look at that die.
33.
Then you take...
That is more than enough.
And then, as my bonus action, oh, right. 17, and 12 points of radiant damage to the wolf.
Okay. So yeah, this great beam, like it's looking down, trying to get a handle on Nyx, who's scurrying around its feet, and so like your beam just takes it full unawares in the head, and one half of its face just burns away as it just rocks back and then begins to tumble backward as your other flash of light lashes out at the wolf, which yelps and darts aside, but is still up. That is your turn. The ogre is dead. Laurium, you're up.
Alright, seeing that, he's just gonna say, good job. As he points to the wolf, and then you see the familiar upside down blazing sword, and he's going to attack it. With advantage from flanking? Question mark?
Yes, yeah. Even prone, he still technically threatens, I believe.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was questioning. As long as I can hit him.
20 certainly hits.
And 36. For 15 damage.
Oof, okay. It is still up, but it is on its last legs as your sword bites deep. You draw it back. There's a gout of blood. And it is very, very close to death at this point. This hobgoblin is going to raise its bow, take another shot at Uther. Call odds or evens. At Laurium. And fail. 10, 20,
No one
30.
hobgoblin's been having a rough day against
Top of the round. This goblin is going to scurry back again. Actually, we'll just go ahead and bring that one. Naira, you're up.
Well, seeing as how Nyx is now back up on his feet, I keep forgetting I was measuring shit. I am going to step up right here. Do I get flanking?
Yes.
And I am going to stabby.
Roll your attack with advantage, yeah.
Come on, sister.
Oh yeah, that hits.
No, I think she needs the D4
And then I also get...
You do get your sneak attack. Does everyone benefit from Hunter's Mark, or only you?
No, it's just the
you, okay.
Man, that would be insane.
But that is more than enough to finish it off. How do you take it out? If you could describe it, or I don't know.
You go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, you just step forward, and as it's reeling back from Laurium's blow, you're able to spot the little soft area at the back between its shoulders, just lunge in up over the top, drive your rapier down, and it stiffens and collapses back.
You got an eye. Sorry.
Right, I move over here.
Okay. Another of the goblins is going to try a parting shot at Laurium this time. Call odds or evens.
Okay, odd.
At Uther.
Damn it!
Uh-huh.
Harry King.
And then rush northward, attempting to make good its escape. The ogre again lumbers back 10, 20, 30, 40, pulling the goblin with it out of range of the burning lights. As another of the goblins, this one being closest, will simply make its attack at you, Laurium.
Ooh, actually hits.
For 4 points of damage. Before it too starts to scurry.
Just for funsies.
Oh, and actually, I meant to say, Naira, can you please give me a perception check? It should have happened on your turn, but we will make up for it now. Oh, wow, okay. That roll is actually enough. As these goblins start to retreat north and the immediate enemies around you begin to be cleared out, you actually now hear from the rear of the house, where there was the sound of breaking glass a moment ago, a panicked voice calling out in common, going, "Fire! Please! There's anyone out there! Help us! Help!"
Okay, that happened on my turn.
It did happen on your turn, sorry. But it happened at the end of your turn. Okay.
But I would not have moved there.
I will, you know, go ahead. I'll say we can retcon that because that was my bad. I should have had you roll the check, and nothing kind of too special has happened. So where you would have a move action to go wherever you'd like.
And I heard it at the back of the house?
Yes, you heard it coming from, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but right here.
I can't see a cursor.
Oh.
Okay.
Basically the top right corner of the house.
We're all just circling it.
I am going to move 60 feet in that direction.
Okay. There is a goblin still standing there.
Where?
Right there, yeah.
Okay. But I can move over here to get into the house, right?
Yes, actually.
Okay. So, sprinting. He walks in, he's like, look up and beeline for the house.
Wander. Also give me a perception check. You are not aware of this calling voice.
Would I have gotten a perception check on my turn?
No, they started this this initiative or this round.
As I ran, by the way, I said, someone's in trouble.
Oh, okay. Then you are not aware of the voice, but you did hear that. Oh.
Shuddering, shaking, spark still happening. 3, and I will use a second flame.
Okay. That is a dexterity save. Yeah.
Roll low enough to do it.
13. Does a 13 make it?
No, it does not.
Okay, roll your damage.
How about that? Big damage, super big damage. Not bad.
Okay, it is still on its feet, but yeah, you like one of its arms, which was clutching this kind of this primitive scimitar that this one seems to be wielding. Just like there's flames licking up at it, roars, it screeches in pain, but is still on its feet.
As one is looking at people painters, like one of his eyes is red, the other is blue, as his head like fire and turns back.
Creepy noted.
This hobgoblin is going to try. Actually, nope, it is not going to try a parting shot. It has had enough of those. It is simply going to dash northward into the shadow, away from the firelight, as this goblin does the same. And this goblin that was just hit by the sacred flame is also going to start retreating. And this wolf and its rider similarly disappear northward. This goblin, Naira, that you can see ahead of you, seems to be hesitating at the door for a moment. And you can hear the cries coming from behind this partially broken and splintered door. Seems to hesitate for a moment, glances at you, and then takes off running toward this northern window, which takes a moment to smash through with its scimitar. That is all it can do on its initiative. Uther, you're up.
Uther's going to look towards the house, run to here, seeing that, gonna use my dash
Okay.
into here.
Okay.
I'm just going to say, unlock it and open it if you can. We're here to help get you free from the goblins.
Give me a perception check. Probably would be the most appropriate. As you approach.
Come on, himbo.
Okay, yeah. You yell this, and you hear from behind, "The door's broken! It's jammed! We can't get it open!"
I'm sorry, I used my action. There's nothing I can do.
Nyx, you're up.
Yay. Nyx is going to run forward towards this bonfire. Wrong, but... and he will take a shot at this last hobgoblin with his short bow.
Roll your attack, sir. But no, it kind of ducks backward with its shield raised, and just like with your compatriot Lorium, the shield proves more than a match for your bolt. That goblin runs.
And then he's going to use his... Yeah, I'm going to use my bonus action to pounce backwards and land on the other side of Lorium.
Okay. You just dart forward. Pew!
Couldn't get him, boss. Right.
Anarian, you're up. And then Lorium, you're on deck.
Here. Oh my god. Where's where I go? Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna drag my moonbeam 60 feet that I can drag it, I believe.
Okay, 60 feet will get it to there.
Damn it.
Guiding bolt. Guiding bolt.
Move it right here. Just kidding. I'll move it here, and then you see the stars on an area or shift and change, and they start to twinkle in different order. And he's gonna turn around towards you, Nyx, and he's going to cast his healing word at you, and you're going to heal. Motherfucker. And you're also going to heal, this isn't damage, this is supposed to be healing. Yeah, that amount.
Okay.
And that is my action.
Oh, and sorry, Nyx and Anarian, can you guys both also give me perception checks, please? Okay. Anarian, you do see from your position further back, to the south, shapes, more shapes approaching rapidly with torches held aloft. Oh, and actually, hang on, Anarian, actually, changing to your starry form of chalice would have been a bonus action, but you already used your bonus action to cast Healing Word.
No action to switch to chalice.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
That's what it says in the sheet.
Let me just double check. Starry form.
Andrew's making note of this for Curse's Straw.
Form, chalice form.
Oh yeah. Whenever you cast a spell using a spell slot that restores hit points to a creature, you or another creature. Oh no, yeah. You would need to use a bonus action to switch to your chalice form. You are currently in your archer form. You would need to switch to your chalice form to gain the benefits of it.
Double check that.
So yeah, you wouldn't have gotten back that extra 7, Nix.
Star Druid.
Back in orange.
Chalice is fucking amazing.
Oh, chalice is awesome. Yes.
What's the third one?
Dragon. It's just like you get advantage.
Yeah, it's
It's like having the rogue at level 11 bullcrap, where you just treat anything lower than a 9 as a 10.
Basically, can't fail concentration checks.
it's pretty sweet. Okay, so Anarian, that's you. Laurium, you're up. And can you please give me a perception check as well?
Sure, you're gonna move 10 feet up here, then I will make that for you. These are great.
No, yeah, you are very focused on the battle ahead.
The 10, 20, the 30, he's gonna move right here and look at the goblin, have a genuine, like, moment of conflict. As he just shakes it off and sprints into a little jaunt. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, he'll sprint right there.
Okay. This hobgoblin is not going to take a parting shot at Anarian, and instead simply retreats north. That goblin retreats off the map. This goblin, however, is far enough away that it's feeling cocky and is going to try one more time with its short bow. Does a 19 hit Anarian?
I shall shield it.
Wow, you've still got first level spell slots left?
Yeah.
Dang, nice. Okay, so, yep. You are able to deflect the bolt, and it will retreat northward into the shadows. As this goblin that had just smashed the window then darts out of it. And hurries out into the night. Uther, you're up.
At that, I'm going to...
Or wait, hang on. Sorry. No, sorry. Yeah, for some reason the initiative tracker went way off there. Naira, you should have gone. That should have been you there before that goblin.
Okay. I'm gonna whack at the door.
Ooh, sorry. There we go.
Whoa, whoa.
And haha, you activated my trap card. No, okay, so you are going to try and smash down the door. Go ahead and give me a strength check.
That's gonna go real well. Strength check.
Or athletics if you're proficient.
I have jack of all trades.
Then yeah, technically you do get half your proficiency for it.
Hey!
That is actually enough. And you just, yeah, this door gives way before you. The last, like, it's all kind of bowed inward and crushed from the repeated blows from the ogre's club. And you give it that last little bit of pressure and it bursts open. And you see inside these...
Kick it,
Yeah, you put your boot to it, it flies open. And you see inside these two humans, one slightly older than the other, both men, that were apparently trying to desperately beat out the flames that had taken hold on the northern side of this room. And as the door flies open, they both whirl, looking at you with these wide eyes for a moment, and then just, oh, thank the gods!
And I'll start gesturing them out.
Okay. And then this goblin runs. Wander, you're up.
Wait. Because he will start to move towards the house. So his movement's up here.
Oh, and sorry, give me a perception check as well as you move.
Big old numbers.
Okay, no, yeah, you are again focused on the on what is happening in your immediate surroundings. I'll go ahead.
Then he's gonna dash to right here.
Okay.
That's it.
That goblin makes it off into the wilderness. This goblin now throws itself out of the window and, yeah, runs out into the night, screeching in its strange tongue. And Uther, you're up. And oh yeah, you asked, is anyone else in the house? The two of them kind of look at each other and just go, no, if you got them all, no.
Then let's go. As I'll just turn around, seeing the door kicked open, and just give Myra like that thumbs up, and turn around and run back to not be in a burning building. It's not going to be it.
It's sensible. It's good policy.
Yes. And I'll
Also a real good look to leave a lady behind in a burning building.
I mean,
did you want me to drag you? It seems more inconvenient for everyone involved.
You've got to grab her by the scruff at the back of her neck. That's the way you do cast.
Not the toddler tail handle. Come on. As I'll turn around, run out, and seeing every scene playing out outside, I'll then finish my dash action and end my turn.
okay. Nyx, you're up. Having just watched Uther leave your sister in a burning building.
With my perception,
Speaking of which, though, on your turn, go ahead and give me a perception roll.
meh.
Okay. You do also see now, you being closest to the southern edge of the conflict, you do see forms approaching behind, now barely 100 feet away or so. A large group rushing forward on horseback with torches held high in many of their hands.
Nyx is going to run forward to the edge of this bonfire. As he walks by, in his offhand, he's going to put the arrow out to catch flame. And then he's going to, it's going to be disadvantaged because it's in the long part. There's like a goblin I can like barely see up there.
Yep.
It's a long shot whether I hit him, but my arrow streaking through the night should be enough to show them, the people behind me, the direction that they're heading.
Your flame arrows are like a complicated subject. Just kind of taking an ordinary arrow and going isn't really going to do the job, unfortunately. Like, flame arrows were a thing that had to be really prepared and done in a certain way. So unless you had a previously prepared arrow for that, it wouldn't be enough to actually like light it. You can take your shot, which would be at actually, is it at disadvantage? Is it more than 80 feet from you? It is. So yeah, you can take your shot at disadvantage, but it wouldn't be like a flame arrow.
That's fair. Where's the shot?
Uh, 13. Actually, unfortunately, misses as it kind of just ducks away at the last moment.
He just he does the thing with the he puts it in the flame and shoots it, and as it leaves the bow, it like snuffs out, and he's like, shit.
Anarian.
And he'll turn towards the like Horde, since he's illuminated, and just kind of like start air traffic controlling his arms in that direction.
Okay, Anarian, you're up.
I shall move 30 feet. And I can move this bitch 60 feet.
Just enough to put it right on top of that last goblin.
And I'll just...
Okay. Is that your turn? Okay, Lorium, you're up.
Alright, yeah. He's gonna get up here and 25, see those guys? And I guess just look towards Naira and start helping usher him out. They don't need to be like dragged out or anything. There's no more debris.
No, they do. They seem relatively unharmed. Obviously very shaken, and you can see that the room behind them is starting to fill with smoke and flames. So they definitely would not have been all right for very much longer. But you appear to have gotten to them just in the nick of time. But you're just kind of like ushering them out.
It'll just give Naira a very impressed look. That'll be his turn.
Okay. This hobgoblin is going to try its luck with a parting shot once more. Trying to discourage any further pursuit. Ooh, 21 on an Aryan. Its arrow dealing 5 points of damage before it again disappears northward beyond the edge of the firelight. But you do maintain your concentration. And then both of these two, having managed to collect themselves enough, they rush past you, Naira, and Lorium out of their burning house, stopping, like both pulling up short for a moment when they see Wander, but the somewhat more reassuring form of Uther beyond, urging them forward as they step out into the night. And we come back around to the top of the round. Naira.
How stupid's Naira feeling right now?
Give me an intelligence check.
Or I was feeling the same way.
You feeling lucky, kid?
Not that stupid.
No, you're feeling pretty switched on at the moment.
Then I will go out the front door. And I will. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So, this goblin needs to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Kid, dead. No.
Which it makes, but do still go ahead and roll your damage.
Could still potentially kill it.
Still 2 10s.
One of them died to like an 8 earlier.
An Arian?
Sorry. Are you muted?
No, yeah, we can hear you. Just go ahead and roll moonbeam damage. Ooh. But no, yeah. It manages to scurry backward out of the path of your moonbeam. Apparently not taking too much damage on the way. And off into the night. Along with that one. Wonder, you're up. Is there anything you want to do?
I'm gonna cast I'm gonna cast light on my sheet. So that now he can see me.
Okay.
His face is over here somewhere.
And the last goblin, screeching, scurries off into the night and leaves you all as masters of the field of battle.
Debatable.
Not really.
As from the south, as the sounds of battle fade, the sounds of hoofbeats rise, and you see several of the familiar faces of the Golden Band Town Guard, with Cloven at their head, riding in, pulling their horses to a halt as they come into the edge of this circle of firelight. Oh, dang it, what is going on with his token? 1 second.
While they were riding up, Nyx would have walked over and picked up Wander's mace.
Okay.
And Naira is following you around. Go away! I need to heal you.
He just looks at you, looks at himself, and he goes, I think you need it more than I do.
She is looking at you with like abject terror in her eyes. She saw you go down. She's gonna heal you.
I mean, he won't stop her.
And Cloven, like, dismounts from his horse, his sword over his shoulders. He kind of looks around at the carnage that you guys have wrought in front of this little farmstead, looking at the two men with you. Sola, you came through okay? And looks around at the rest of you. My thanks. You put on quite a show. What happened? He seems to be addressing you, Uther, you being the closest to him.
Well, it appeared to be quite a few of them trying to break in and get the family.
is. Fine work. Go on.
Nix walks towards that group, and he'll just go, ogre. The little dude was talking about an ogre.
I see it. Were there more of them?
There's 2 more.
Two more.
He's just sort of leaning on his horse.
We're pulling back to the town. I've sent riders to all the other farmsteads. We're evacuating everyone back to Oldwell. I assume you're coming with?
I wanted to look around first,
Do it.
if we could.
Do it. Are any of you badly hurt? We've got some bandages and the like. Looks like you took some hits. Probably serve you better than what we've got then.
While that conversation was happening, can we say that Wander was trying to, let's say, determine what kind of damage, if any wounds, any kind of coughing or anything, the 2 people inside?
Sure, go ahead and give me a medicine check. Nice. They actually look to be in pretty good condition. I mean, they are obviously quite shaken up. You know, they're essentially in a kind of shock at this violence that has been visited upon their home and their lifestyle. But they seem relatively intact. They are like coughing and sort of very shaken up, but not in any kind of. They don't appear to have actually taken any wounds or anything like that in the combat. And they are both kind of eyeing you a little bit warily, but at the fact that you are with this group that has saved them, and now that they are surrounded by the more reassuring forms of the Golden Band mercenaries, they seem to be like just kind of standing there somewhat dumbfounded, waiting for somebody to tell them what to do.
Anarin will approach Nix and hand him back 2 of the potions of healings that he got. And he'll say, I meant to tell you earlier, but I have my own. And he opens his pack and you would see 4 potions of healing. And he reaches and grabs it 2 and gives you 2.
I think Nix just like sees that and then like immediately sits down and is just like laughing. Like in shock. This is the funniest thing. We almost died and I gave you potions and you didn't even need them.
As this happens, he'll give you like a strange look, and then his face becomes like placid, kind of like Daria, very kind of like aloof. He doesn't know what to do with you, so he just walks away.
Lauren would like to ask the 2, I guess, farmhands?
Yeah, well, you don't know like what status they are, but one of them is a slightly older human and the other one's a slightly younger one. There is a kind of familial resemblance between the 2. But yeah, you would assume, judging by the fact that you found them on a farm, they are farmers of a sort.
You just say, where did they take
He kind of looks around. The older one sort of looks around and is just like, I don't know. I mean, first we heard about it was when we saw the barn burning from the house. We went to go see what was going on when, well, we spied one of those monsters and we ran for the house, locked the doors and hoped they'd pass us by. But, well, they burnt the other barn and then came for us. Thank God you arrived when you did. They seemed, I don't know, well, he looks around and goes, the wagon's gone, so I guess they took that, and, well, I don't know, I'd have to have a look around.
Right. And he'll just walk past an area and just placing a hand on your shoulder as he does. And he's gonna go over here and check out the well.
Okay.
Well, we can get to anybody else doing anything.
Yeah. What? Naira, you said you wanted to take a look around.
Sorry, I guess I was muted. What I said is he started walking away. I said, "Wait, you look hurt."
He was gave you a little smile.
Which you can't see because of his mask.
What?
I said, which you can't see because of his mask.
Yep. You just see his cheek elevate.
I'll look to Wander. Do you need help?
I will be okay. One of the guys.
But can I help?
He'll look at you, and as sad as a non-facial expression having person can be, he'll just say, "No, this is my penance. I will be better."
Penance. But she will respect that. And I guess I will wander over here and start looking at the bodies, I suppose.
Okay. As you're doing that, Cloven seems to be having a conversation with the older gentleman. You hear everyone that's close by. So Uther, Nyx, Naira, and Wander. Before you left Naira, you would have heard him refer to the older gentleman as Asola, and he seems to be asking him again, much the same as what you guys already did, just getting more details from him about the attack itself. Numbers, asking him for assessment of numbers and the like, and when he sees that they're very clearly kind of shaken up, he turns back to you, Uther, and Nyx, and he says, "Can you tell me exactly what you saw? You mentioned leaders. What were they doing?"
Loot looked like. One of them was casting, and I'll kind of look towards Nyx. You had a better angle than I did. I saw more of it hitting the fan.
I mean, from what I can tell, it's like they were watching, studying almost, and then when the tide seemed to turn, they, I mean, commanded them to leave.
Getting back to the main force. We'll be back then. I wanted to see what they were up against, I guess, and now they know. Could you make anything out about them? The leader. What was he? Who was he? Was he this Athkorad?
I mean, we didn't get any names or nothing, but the leader was a hobgoblin, and then he had like and he'll kind of look over to Uther, a lieutenant, would you say?
Seemed like it.
Shaman. Okay. Okay. Finish your business here. We need to get back to town. He turns to his men and goes, get us Sola and Talus on horses. We leave as soon as we can. And one of his guards takes both of the two farmers by the shoulder and starts to lead them away. Sorry, and Nyx will get to you in just a sec. Naira, what was that Arcana skill check for? I think you might be muted.
I was wondering if I knew anything about the type of spells he was using or anything I could glean about his technique.
With a 16, yes, you don't know much about the precise.
Blessed, right? Can I use blessed on skill checks?
You can't, and I don't think you.
Damn.
You don't know much about the precise kind of mechanics of it, but you are aware of the concept of warlocks and the unique arcane abilities that they possess. And the blasts, the bolts that he cast at Wander, and the manner in which he conjured and sent them out seemed to match what you have learned and studied in the past about the methods that they use to conjure their power.
Okie doke.
But also, give me a investigation check for as you start to look at the ogre and the direwolf. Okay, yeah. With that 18, you are actually able to see that the ogre it doesn't have much to look at. It is just this great towering, well, no longer towering, this great mass of muscle and flesh, thick leathery skin, kind of straggly hair. But what does catch your eye, with an 18, you do notice around its neck there is a thick leather collar, and embedded in the back, as it's laying face down in the dirt, is a shard of a now familiar black opalescent metal, stuck into the thongs of this leather collar that is braided around its neck.
Oh. Well, now that is interesting. And I will take that.
Okay. The guard beside it is just like kind of just sort of poking it with a spear. Doesn't interfere as you are easily able to do you just kind of cut the collar off, or are you trying to do anything in particular?
I mean, if it has a fastener, I would try to take it off by the fastener. I wouldn't just cut it.
Okay. It does actually look like it has been braided around its throat. There isn't any kind of fastener. You could kind of spend a few minutes kind of unknotting it a little bit.
Then I'd just cut it off.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to do that fairly easily.
And I would probably also tell the guy, please don't do that. You're just gonna make a mess. But he's poking it with a spear.
Right. Right. You just kind of okay. Does anyone wish to do anything else?
No, just shaking down the rest of the gobos to see if they have anything that, appeals and stands out.
Okay, go ahead and give me a investigation check of your own.
Nimble powers activate.
No, they actually they don't really seem to have much. They've got like a few kind of like little leather like straps around them and stuff like that. Most of their weapons are just strewn about. Nothing that particularly catches the eye.
Well, then I am ready to go back to town again. Because I'm kind of tired.
Lorium and Arian, you guys went north. You said you were checking out the well?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll me. What are you trying to do there? Are you just sort of like trying to figure out if there's anything special about it?
Well, first, Anarian was walking up to Lorem. He'd just see him like pick up one of the stones, one of the couple bits of the well, and just drop it into it. Does it splash?
Yeah, there's like a moment of falling and then poof.
Alright. He would just take out a tinderbox and light a torch and just peer over.
Yeah, well, I mean, give me a perception check.
Great at those.
Why don't you help me and I'll do it?
Sure, if you walk up while he's doing that.
So yeah, go ahead and roll with advantage.
You did first meet them walking out of a wall. Climbing out of a wall.
Yeah, he would probably say something along the lines of like, are you planning on going in now?
No, I'm just trying to see if anything special about this one.
No, you don't see any, like looking down it, neither of you sees anything. The sides of it look fairly smooth and unbroken. One of the sides is slightly crumbled in, and there's some debris around from where it looks like potentially one of the ogres had like just casually smashed at it with a club. There you do see kind of floating in the water a bucket on a rope. So it looks like that was kind of thrown down there when it was smashed, but that don't see anything particularly eye-catching.
And I would, convey that to Ryan and then have something along the lines of, yeah, this was once a coincidence that my son was born on that. And, yeah, just leave it at that.
Right. As long as there's no weird fucking shrooms down there.
And he goes, right.
Okay.
Just go back to rejoin the group.
Okay. Does anyone else want to do anything before you return back to town as the militia start to remount?
Yes. Nyx will just briefly walk over to Cloven and just ask, were these two the last of the stragglers, or are there others who are still out there?
I've sent riders to the others. They haven't all made it back yet, but well, if there's any that aren't there when we get back, something will have gone wrong.
He'll just nod and say, well, we'll see y'all back there, and then he'll make his way over to Wander.
Okay. They the militia have all started to kind of back away, and as you guys sort of hang around, Cloven is starting to walk back towards his horse too, and goes, "If you guys are coming with us, come now. Otherwise, we'll see you back at town." He waits for a moment. Does anybody respond?
There's safety in numbers.
That's why I thought you might want to come with.
Yeah, I more said that to my, companions.
Ah,
I'm ready, y'all.
Fine, we'll just nod.
then let's mount up. It's not much fun riding in the dark, especially knowing that there's more of these creatures out there. Let's go! Outriders! 100 feet on either side! And he moves back. You all are able to remount and begin your journey back to...
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, go
Before
on.
we go, I I did want to say one thing to Wander. Nyx will hold out the mace to Wander. Just say, believe this is yours.
I'll reach out his hand very slowly, take it.
Nyx will let there be like a good 10 seconds of silence, and then he'll just hug you. And then break off the hug and walk to his horse.
He winked.
That's all.
Okay. And as you ride into the darkening night, amidst the company of the Golden Band and your rescued farmers, we are going to take a quick break. So I'm going to pause the recording and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Holy shit, you're telling me that we get to go home and take a long rest? Oh my god, I haven't seen Second of
Well, you're not home yet. Okay, so having met and engaged with the Vanguard of the Horde, you have regrouped with the Golden Band and are riding through the night back toward town. Cloven is riding it kind of toward the head of the formation, and you can see slightly ahead and off to either side there are pairs of riders with torches out, acting as outriders for the group. As you make your hurried way back toward the town of Aldwell. The trip's going to take you about 30-40 minutes. You're going a little slower on the way back than you were on the way out, it being full darkness now. Do any of you want to do anything on the trip? Or like talk to anybody or anything?
I would look around for herbs if possible. Like any
Okay, you're going to be doing that at...
on the road.
well, in order to do that, you would need to like separate from the group because the rest of the group is not stopping. So like in order to kind of actually look around and potentially stop and harvest anything, it would separate you from the group.
Okay, never mind that.
Are you sure? Okay.
Oh, there's like goblins in the road. Not good.
What could possibly go wrong separating from the group in the dead of night?
Split the party in the middle of
I've learned a few things from watching Scooby-Doo. I'm gonna be the Shaggy sister.
Ooh, well, you would happily be the Shaggy. Stone adamant mind hunting ghosts that are actually just people.
It sounds more like Octavian's cup of tea.
And he can happily live on the dog treats.
And God forbid he ever use more than 1% of his power.
Oh yeah.
Scooby snacks are soda green.
Okay, so you guys ride back. As you do, Cloven seems to be engaging the. Excuse me. Seems to be engaging the farmer Sola and his son in conversation, having them recount again and again the details that they mentioned. He also does. Naira, did you say anything about your realization regarding the nature of the goblin?
Probably on this journey, I would have explained. Yes, I think that he might have been a warlock. Although I can't be 100%, I'm probably about 98% certain.
As you mentioned this, Cloven actually kind of turns in his saddle and goes, "What can you tell me about them? What can they do?"
Warlocks? Oh, they... Well, it's complicated. How much do I know?
You know kind of the basics, that they pledge themselves to powerful extraplanar entities in exchange for the abilities and gifts that they utilize. you know that they can pledge themselves to a wide variety. Sorry, go on.
When I explain all this, by the way, I sort of have a sneer of disdain for it. I basically, almost as if I consider it cheating.
Love it.
And yeah, so I just, they ask somebody else for a shortcut to power and use it irresponsibly often, as it turns out.
Do you know what kind of spells they can cast? Anything like that? Anything that could let us know what we're up against?
Well, it really depends on the type of entity that they have made their deal with. And I didn't get a good enough sort of look at what they could do. This one was only summon a one type of spell.
The ogre.
So unfortunately,
Sorry, go on.
the ogre? No, the ogre didn't cast spells. And she giggles at that.
he actually kind of does as well. Well, I've never seen one that can, but I've also never seen one with goblins before. They normally hate each other, big and small like that. Have you ever heard of anything like that? Any of you in your travels?
Good question. Would we have?
Anybody who would be kind of part of this conversation, go ahead and give me a history check. And while you guys are doing that, Wander, what was that perception check for?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that even in
Oh, you cut out there.
am I good? Hello?
You're good. Yep. Okay, I can hear you again.
I just wanted to make sure that, like I said, even in heard that conversation, I think.
Yes, he is by no means like keeping this conversation private, and he is actually, like, as you guys ride, he's actively kind of engaging your group. You get the impression that you guys are far more traveled and experienced than any other member of his band. Like, you don't know what his personal history is, but pretty much everybody else that he's riding with, they look kind of country bumpkin-esque, essentially. So he is actively trying to include all of you in this conversation. So yeah, you can very easily be aware of everything that's happening here. And Lorium and Nyx with the 17s, you have actually never heard of alliances between ogres and goblins. You have, in fact, heard of the opposite. There are frequently, particularly in the on the northern edges of the empire, where the mountain ranges kind of mark the northern border of the former Imperium. There are actually stories of goblins and larger monstrous folk engaging in combat with each other, rather than allying together against the civilized forces. So yeah, as far as you know, this is something you are completely unfamiliar with.
I ain't never heard anything like it. Me neither. Well, he was just... Oh, wait, no. He wouldn't know that. I think he was unconscious. Never mind.
What are you referring to? Because you were only unconscious very briefly.
No, but I think I was unconscious when they were moving everybody back, kind of against their will.
When the ogre picked up the goblin. Possibly, I actually can't remember.
Well, it was like, I think there was a moment I remember where, like in-game talk, they were making wisdom saves, and then they were, like, staying their hand and retreating.
Oh, yeah. I mean, out of character, above the table, that was basically them trying to decide were they more pissed off or were they more disciplined. There was only one instance where you saw something actively seem to act against its own wishes.
Okay.
And Nairo, that performance check, that exceptional performance check. Oh, deception, 19. Okay. And what exactly are you trying to conceal?
I'm fairly certain I understand,
Ah, okay.
and I have chosen not to speak up at the moment. But Naira's not very good at keeping secrets.
Okay. Cloven seems deep in thought,
Well,
however.
that's not true. Naira's great at keeping secrets, but
Okay, yeah. When you say that
if
you've
anybody else wants to roll.
that you've never heard of this before, Nyx, Cloven just kind of like runs his fingers through his beard, which seems to be a habit that he has whenever he's trying to think. He's like, it's bad news. I don't like it. The madam won't like it either. And then he seems to kind of like recollect himself for a moment, and then he looks around at the group of you and goes, thank you, all of you, for what you've done up till now, for what you've done tonight. You've saved lives. We'll need you in the town. I hope that we can count on you.
Well, where else would we be?
Well, judging by the way the market square's emptied, anywhere but here. But I thank you. Truly.
Nyx will just say, well, tomorrow's gonna hurt, so I don't think I'll be going anywhere quickly.
That it may. And you continue to rock.
Speaking of saved lives, he would just look over and wonder. He was like, you did an amazing job.
He's still just kind of staring at.
No. Man, it's just good to see.
It really was. You kept Nick safe. I will never be able to repay you for that.
At that, he'll look towards Nairo with his one lit eye now and say, I will do better.
Give me a perception check, Wander.
Can do, Capital.
Now he needs an eye patch.
Your one eye that has winked out from kind of the damage and the battering that your form has taken. You suddenly realize that you can see through it, but not the image, not the landscape around you and of your new companions and the others that accompany you on this ride. Instead, what you see when you focus on the image that now appears in your damaged eye, and the feeling that forms in your chest, where your power resides, a pair of white hands outstretched, bound at the wrists and around the palms with red cord, shielding something from view as they stand in your vision. Go ahead and give me a religion check.
Can do, Captain. Let's go. Big old number. Massive number. Oh, yeah.
That is actually enough. This is one of the major gods. You recognize this symbol and the presence as that of Ilmater, the one who endures, the crying god. Say again?
I was going to say he feebly tries to reach a hand out forward, knowing there's nothing to grab.
You actually feel, for the briefest moment, something reaching back and taking your hand. A feeling of welcome reassurance flowing through you for a moment. And you heal 3 hit points as this feeling just flows through you for a moment. And the rest of you just see Wander kind of staring at nothing and reaching out his hand before there is a brief kind of pulse of the energy that you have seen him call upon when he casts his spells. That flows across his body for a moment before winking back to nothing.
That's all Lorian says.
You don't need to do better. Wander, you did perfect.
Thank you.
And then Naira will make her way over to the farmhands, and she will just be like, "And are you guys okay?"
The older one, who is apparently the father of this pair, just kind of looks across for a moment at his son, who is riding next to him, and then looks at you and goes, "Yes, thank you, my lady. You saved our lives. You certainly weren't what we were expecting to see on the other side of that door, if you don't mind me saying."
Oh, it was already really damaged. I barely touched it, but I'm glad we got you out.
Oh, well, us too. I mean, house is gone and the barn's with it, but well, we've still got our lives, and well, Jolene will be happy to see us, I dare say. She's a fine cook, and she'll make sure that you eat the best in the house at the Fox and the Hound.
Lorian, who is now taken off the mask, just gives a soft smile. The corner of his mouth twitches.
Okay, at this point, you can see ahead of you the lights of Aldwell coming into view. You've been riding now reasonably hard, but also at a fairly soft pace, given the late hour and the dark, broken country around you. But you can see the copse of trees that contains the grove of faithful Suval and the house of Shamash the alchemist ahead of you. You're now skirting around the side of it, starting to come into Aldwell proper. Ooh, whoopsie.
World dims around us.
As the sun crashes into the earth.
Guess what? You're in Barovia now.
The horses begin to cackle.
There are a few still lights lit. Most notably, the Fox and the Hound itself blazes brightly as it ever does. you see a large group gathering ahead of you, and as your band rides into town, you hear that these calls go up, people running out of their houses to come and greet you. And in particular, as you enter the market square, a woman who was standing outside the Fox and the Hound breaks away from the group and rushes out, this cry of heartfelt relief coming from her throat as she rushes forward, and Asola and Talus, his son, both throw themselves from their horses and embrace her. You imagine that this would be Jolene, the wife that he spoke of on the ride down. And she kind of embraces both of them tightly for a long moment, tears of relief pouring down her face before she looks up at Cloven and goes, "Oh, thank you, Cloven. Thank you so much." And he kind of smiles and nods and goes, "Well, the outsiders, the newcomers, they're to thank. They fought bravely and well." And she kind of moves over to the one that is closest, which is actually you, Naira, and she just reaches up and grabs your hand in both of hers and kisses it fervently. Just, "Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing them back to me."
Oh, really, it's no trouble. I'm so glad we could help.
You have my thanks. Really, forever. And she kind of just turns around again and hugs them both to her, as members of the Golden Band begin to dismount and lead some of the horses back into the stables. Cloven himself riding forward toward the brothel itself, where outside you can see the form of Madame Yannicka standing tall, and despite her, very composed appearance, it's very obvious that there is an amount of relief flowing through her as she sees this group seem to ride back into town entirely intact. She evidently was expecting far worse news as you all arrive. Are any of you going to do anything, or are you all sort of riding with them to the Fox and the Hound?
Well, I just have a quick question.
Mhm.
What does Jolene look like? Like, does she have flaming locks of auburn hair? Skin, emerald green? Is her voice like summer rain?
No, she is not one of the courtesans that some of you are very familiar with.
Jolene.
Oh, right.
I was gonna say she might be an Eldritch Terror, actually, so you know.
Oh gosh. So yeah, out of character for a second. Have you guys all heard that one? The song Jolene, but with the lyrics changed.
Somebody made
Jolene, the Eldritch Terror.
Okay, I'll do it after this.
Yeah, no, it's worth a Google after the session, is all I'm saying. But no, Jolene is she's brunette, fairly kind of, she's fairly nice looking, but average lady. And she sort of is like grasping her husband and what you assumed would be her son to her as she leads them back towards the tavern. As they approach, they both kind of nod bow to Madame Yannicka, who just touches them kindly on the shoulder and ushers them inside as the rest of you approach.
I don't know about everybody else, but like, can we get a drink?
Oh, please, yes. And just,
Nyx will look at Wander and be like, "I'll drink for you, buddy."
Naira has fixed her clothes in terms of wherever they got, like, holes from being attacked, but she is also very upset about the blood that has gotten all over her nice white pants and like blue jacket and anything. Does anybody have a prestidigitation? No. I'm gonna.
I do
don't-
actually. Ouija.
You do what to my sister?
I could use some help.
No, but I can do this, and I mean, Lorian just points and one of the windows fly open.
And you all, as you all approach, Madame Yannicka is indeed like standing outside. And as you approach yourself, Naira, you see bounding from the door, Valko comes enthusiastically running to greet you, having been apparently waiting quite patiently these past few hours. He just like leaps up to rapturously start to greet you. As you notice that like there's been kind of a path cleared for him as nobody has dared to approach this. What is at the end of the day still even though young, still a fairly large wolf. And he just like jumps up at you and starts kind of bounce around you in that enthusiastic doggy way. As Cloven steps up towards Madame Yannicka and kind of nods his head respectfully and then says, as reported, the solar farm was attacked. Have the other riders come back? He goes, yes, it's not good news. Several more burned. But, well, some escaped, some did not, but few bodies. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. She's like rubbing her hands together and seems very anxious despite her relative composure. And she looks up and greets at the rest of you. Goes, and you have returned. I'm glad that you are all safe. And Cloven nods and goes, they got there first, fought the Vanguard, slew many of them, an ogre in as well. Saved a lot of my boys' lives. Then you have my thanks indeed. Please, all of you, come inside. The best of the house is open to you, for as long as you need it. I'm sure you could all use some relaxation after your ordeal.
That sounds delightful.
Both say it at the same time.
And then I fist bump Florian.
Yeah, and like as you guys step inside, Zavara is also waiting there, and as soon as any of you crosses the threshold, he just sweeps his hat off and gives this grand gesture within his hands. He goes, a cheer for the heroes of Aldwell! Our conquering saviors have returned! One of the bards strikes up immediately this triumphant, jaunty tune as several of the courtesans that had gathered immediately just go, they all burst into this raucous, enthusiastic cheer gathering around you as you enter. Like any of you that are carrying anything, find it kind of taken from you and carried for you to a table. As Zavara kind of shoos away several people that had been sitting. Goes, go, make way for the heroes, out of the way! Like, boots this one off of his chair. Says, please, my friends, come sit. Let us take the load off your poor feet. Oh, my friend, you have been hurt. Is there anything that we can do to soothe your wounds? Wine, food, the best of anything.
All of those things. That's
As Lumiere.
Yeah. Nix is gonna look at him and just be like, my friend, you are at an 11 and I need you at a fucking 20!
And he goes, then at 20 you shall have, monsieur! And moves over to the stage and immediately draws in front of him his own mandolin, strikes this powerful chord and launches into a ballad of celebration, backed by the bard that was already in place. As you know, you guys are absolutely lauded as heroes as each of you enters. As I said, like, the courtesans are coming, and they don't seem to be trying to engage you as courtesans. They are simply kind of taking anything that you are carrying from you, laying it against the table so that you are at your ease, like doffing your cloaks for you and everything like that. And as the kitchen doors open and somebody comes out with a tray laden down with portions of meat, potatoes, and various cheeses, whilst from behind the bar a man comes out and just starts laying out bottles for you onto the table. Is there any requests? Any requests? Anything you want on the house? As you are all...
Dance Lady Wine was lovely.
Of course, the best reserve for you all.
Nix is gonna point towards Cloven and just be like, what does he drink?
The guy kind of stops for a moment and is like, are you sure?
Yeah, I almost died. Fucking, let's go!
He's like, okay. And he goes back behind the bar, and you see him kind of... you see him take out, rather than a wooden barrel, he takes out a clay earthenware pot, lays it on. It is unlabeled. Takes a tankard, dips it in, and carries it forward to you and says, enjoy. Anyone else feeling brave?
If I may, it would probably be at the point that Nick said that the Wander would stand up and try to make his way outside.
Okay. Nobody stops you. But yeah, like, people are obviously kind of just parting for you as you enter. There is still a large kind of group congregated around you. And you see several of the guards have entered with you and are kind of telling the story about what they saw as they were kind of riding up. One of them, who you recognize Naira as the one that was kind of poking at the ogre, is describing the size of this creature that you guys apparently felled. But yes, Wander, you are able to make your way outside without any problems. You
Make his way towards that temple area with Faithful Sword.
okay? Yeah, it'll take you a minute or two to walk that way, but we'll just have you going off there. So we'll get back to you in a second. Is anyone else are any of you guys going to try and do anything in particular? Or are you all just kind of going to enjoy this celebration that is being practically forced upon you as you enter? You see Jolene with the two men that you rescued, are kind of ushering them through into a back room, and a couple of the other courtesans break off to accompany them. But is anybody going to try and do anything in particular?
I will say.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead.
And Aaron will get up and go to his room to continue his work on crafting the potions.
Before he leaves, Nix will hand him a little, like, pouch that has 4 of the mushrooms that we got from the well. And
Okay.
he'll just say, these might be helpful with your potions.
He looks at you and says,
Um,
but I don't want to get high.
No, these aren't those different mushroom. And he'll just like push them into Anarian's hand and then like turn him and push him towards like just go.
Are you used
actually,
to get
Naira
rid of
will.
them? Sorry.
Naira will try to stop an area.
Mhm.
And I am. I say, oh, actually, hold on. I would like to do a thing. And I'm looking around. Do I see him?
Who? Oh, the
Literally,
the person that you messaged me about. Yes. You do actually see Ronald. Is basically one of the people that is hanging around your table, enthusiastically listening to the tales being told by the guards or by the mercenaries that had shown up with you.
how much do I remember was an hour of time?
It starts from 1 gold piece.
So Naira is going to wave at that male courtesan and say and hand him 2 gold pieces.
Go. Oh. You know.
And say, Anarian, can you join us?
And he kind of gives you.
Eyes narrow, and then he goes, you're the one to get me high, and you want me to go have fun with you. I think you've misunderstood.
no.
my character. Excuse me. And he
no.
starts laughing. I mean, he's not like walking terribly fast. You can stop him if you want to, but he looks very embarrassed.
I tried several times. I'm only going to try so many times. So if you don't listen to her saying no, then you're just going to walk off.
Yeah, I think he would walk off. And then he would peek back from like the corner of the door. You would see him just kind of like, oh,
He kind of. Ronald is holding the 2 gold pieces. Goes.
Can you go chase that tiefling and ask if he has any questions about Calcifer?
Sure, darling. Yeah, whatever you want. And he will. So, Anarian, as you are kind of going towards the stairs, you see this man rushing after you. The man that Naira had kind of given the money to. You don't recognize him, but it is the courtesan that entertained Calcifer for the night. He goes, pardon me, pardon me. Well, your lady friend, she.
I told you that I didn't want any fun with you when I met you.
I know, but well, did you have questions about Calcifer?
When he says that, his expression and demeanor changes entirely from like kind of laid back and aloof.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend, but well, she told me to ask you. He was a bit of a weird one. Well, I mean, he was a customer. So, kept him company.
You did.
Well, I mean, sweetie, what didn't we do? You got the full package, if you know what I mean. Oh, well, I mean, honestly, I wasn't listening. That's not what people generally pay me for. Well, that'll cost you a gold piece to find out.
You already paid, but you know.
I suppose. Come on, then. And he holds his hand out to you.
Reluctantly, he'll take it.
He kind of grabs it and leads you up the stairs.
As he walks up the stairs, he will curl his tail protectively around the arm that Ronald is holding. And he'll follow him up the stairs.
Okay. And yeah, he pulls you into one of the rooms, and we will get to that in just a second. In the meantime, back downstairs. So Naira, you have seen Ronald chase off after him and then the not re-emerge. Is anyone else doing anything?
Naira is mortified, by the way.
Does Naira sit back down?
Yes, and she's like holding her hand, like she's fidgeting with her hands, and she is just staring at the table.
Into her field of vision, Nyx will push over the 2 potions that Anarian gave him back, and he will set a whole psychedelic mushroom in front of her.
Do I know where you got those potions?
They look like the potions that you got from Shamash. They're in the same kind of little containers.
Yes, I'm wondering if I saw the exchange where Anarian.
It wasn't being hidden from you, so go ahead and roll me like a retroactive perception check to see how aware of the goings on of that interaction you were.
Still next to the party, yeah.
No, you probably actually didn't see that interaction.
So I take them and yeah, so I just take them and I thank you. I was out, and she puts them into her bag, and she sees the mushroom and she smiles and she takes it and it goes in her pocket.
He will say as she takes the mushroom, now the doctor recommended quarters.
That's good to know. And then she goes ahead and probably downs a glass of wine.
Okay, does anybody else want to do anything in particular, or are you all just kind of enjoying the drink and food that is being laid before you, and the adoration of the fans?
Nyx is gonna try this drink.
Nyx is gonna roll a Constitution check.
I was gonna say Lauren would totally have like shouted over that I'd have whatever the little scouts have.
Okay, then yeah, you are also handed a, again, like, the stuff that this is being served in, most of the tankards and the like that are in this place are wooden. These are being served in clay pots. You're not exactly sure why. But, Lorian, go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw as well.
Nyx is gonna use his regular inspiration to roll the
Oh, that was so close to a 1 and a 3.
Does a 14 make it?
Partially. 14 is a partial success. So,
I hold my own, but it's hit.
you're not like unconscious, but yeah, it's gonna start hitting you hard. But before we get to that, Wander, you have left, and in these few minutes where their kind of celebration has started to proceed and this misunderstanding has happened with Ronald, you have made your way outside into the relative quiet of the night, and to the grove of Faithful Suval.
You were just looking for, like actively looking for maybe the calmest or most serene, prettiest, postcard-looking place to sit down for a moment.
Okay. Well, the grove itself, it definitely like fits that description. It is as you step into it, there is this feeling of meditative calm that just permeates the air here. The shrines themselves, the whole area seems to be caught almost in like a shaft of moonlight that gives a gentle illumination to it. and the semicircle of shrines at the far end, with the large trees growing above them and shading the whole area. It is certainly an appropriate place to spend a moment in contemplation.
He will sit down in the semicircle, in the center area of the semicircle, and he will take out 6 gold pieces, line them up on the ground, and begin to use various heating methods and smith tools that he has at his disposal to use his blessing of the forge for the next hour.
Okay. Cool. As you do so, you become aware after a few minutes of the presence of Faithful Stubble, who kind of emerges from the trees. Does not approach, simply watches you for a few moments, and then withdraws, leaving you to your meditations. But yeah, I will wait for your DM. We will get back to the group in the tavern in just a moment. Anarian, you have been taken into a room with Ronald. And like as you enter, he kind of closes the door behind the pair of you, and says, "So, what exactly would you like to know?"
Anarian will just sort of look at Randall and say, "I'm just curious, this cast of the father that you spent the night with, what else did you discuss? What did you do together?"
Just about everything. There was a massage, the bath, the bedtime activities, shall we say. Those lasted for a little while, but, well, he asked me a lot of questions about, like, the tavern and the madam, but, well, I've only been here for a few years, so I couldn't really tell him much, but I don't know, I didn't really listen to much of what he said. It's not what I'm here for, if you know what I mean. You do know what I mean, right?
I'm quite aware of what you mean, but I'm sure you mentioned questions.
Yeah,
You have to elaborate.
if you like. And we will get to that saving throw in just a tick. He goes, he seemed real curious about the Fox and the Hound, if I'm honest. He asked me a bunch about, how long I'd been here. Asked me about what I knew about Madame Yannicka. And that was really about it, if I'm honest. That's all I remember anyway.
Did he and Madame Jessica have anything close to a relationship?
Oh, sweetie, no. Madame Yannicka doesn't deal with the punchers.
Did he mention where he came from? Did he talk about?
Not that I recall. And, well, a lot of people talk about dreams by the time I'm done with them, if I say so myself.
Did he spend time with anyone else in the establishment or the town that you're aware of?
Just your friends downstairs?
Then how did he act around that?
Kind of weird, if I'm being honest.
Is that what about the cat woman? Do I know she's a tabaxi?
Yeah, you would know the word tabaxi.
So that's like a race in this world.
Yes, yeah. Like they're not super common in this area of the world, but like they're not unheard of. And yeah, like your average person would be able to go, oh yeah, tabaxi.
Okay, in that case, what about tabaxi?
Well, I don't know, really. I mean, I didn't kind of hang out with them all that much. I mean, like I said, I spent a couple of hours with him in the bath and one of the suites, but nothing beyond that. I didn't exactly,
Stuck out.
a couple things.
And Aaron just looks at him, waiting for like what he means by a couple of things.
And he kind of takes a moment and then realizes, I'm talking
Like,
about.
widen his eyes, like cock both eyebrows.
There you go.
A couple of things.
Our junk. Goodness me, is this the first time you've been to one of these places? You do know how they work, right?
I am quite aware of what they work, of how they work, and I'm very much aware of the fact that you're earning your keep by doing very little in return, such as entertain me, if you will, and take the rest of the night off, I guess.
I mean, if you insist.
I insist.
Well, it's kind of a boring job, but, well, I suppose I've had worse. And he kind of like just throws himself down on the couch because, is there anything else I can do for you? Or to you?
You don't know anything else.
Not about your weird friend, no?
And Aaron will take two gold coins out of his pocket, and he'll place it in his hand, and he'll say, "If I trust that you're a good judge of character, you were able to pick up that he was a little weird. If you happen to notice anything like that again, would you be so kind as to tell me, and I will make sure to pay you." Easy work.
My pleasure.
My pleasure too. Now please stick it out. I have things I need to do.
If you insist.
And he'll go to his room. If he's in his room, he'll just take out like
Yeah.
any equipment.
No, yeah, you were given one of these kind of single rooms as a room for you to stay in. The larger, fancier rooms are for company. But yeah, Renald is able to lead you to the room that you were in before. And then total off.
Narrator would turn around and say, and tell this backseat that I'm quite grateful.
Shall do. And he wanders off downstairs. Okay. Downstairs. Naira, you are drinking the Dancing Lady Reserve quite heavily from your description before. Nyx and Laurium, you are drinking what, I mean, at first glance and taste is essentially moonshine, for lack of a better term. It's like a very rough, very strong kind of vodka-like drink. And you get the feeling it's served in clay because it doesn't react the best with wood. So even with the...
I'll react the best with
I didn't even see that one coming.
You left that one like wide open.
I know, no, like, I don't know how I didn't see it. Laurium and Nyx, you are both drinking this. Laurium, with your kind of large, bulkier constitution, seem to be getting the better end of it. You are definitely feeling a buzz coming on as you polish off the first tankard. Nyx, you are not, like, blitzed, but you are definitely drunk after just a few minutes of imbibing this.
Okay. The only thing I do want to make a point of is I want to make a point of Cloven seeing me semi-take this drink like a champ.
Okay, well, after a few minutes, both him and Madame Yannicka move through the common area on their way through, and he does actually kind of look you guys over, see this earthen jug that has been placed down, and the fact that you and Laurium have these what apparently are familiar to him clay tankards, and you do kind of see him just kind of go like, "Good luck," as he moves through.
I gave him a wink. Feeling it.
Pretty good. Not feeling it though.
What are you talking about? This is fucking great.
Naira, with your 11, though you are drinking a slightly less powerful liquor, it is nonetheless going to your head, especially given the fact that you are, drinking to forget the misunderstanding with Renaud, and are very, very quickly finding yourself thoroughly inebriated. What is your stealth check for?
See, I assume. I've only had the one drink.
I mean, yeah, you're not like drunk, but you are you're just like, oh, I drank that.
I have gotten up, and as I sort of stand next to Uther, the stealth check is because I whisper something to him. So if those two want to roll perceptions, what I whisper is, I've got secrets.
Everyone's doing alright? Sure. It's not like you'd ever take this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh yeah.
Perception for Laura Evan.
So you are both.
Then she,
Sorry.
ironically,
Oh, no. May's giving me soju, which you didn't even know we were drinking again.
and then she walks with probably more confidence than you have ever seen. Like her hips are swaying. As she walks over to her favorite table and climbs on top of it.
And Zavara immediately just goes, "Hup!" And the music cuts out, and he gets ready as if he's about to take his cue from you.
So yeah, she's gonna start singing a naughty song. Let me entertain you. Yeah, so she's gonna be like, "Let me entertain you." And this song, it comes actually has choreography. There's an actual dance move that goes along with it, where she's sort of showing a little leg and twirling and popping her hips and stuff like that. And at the end, she even does a little thing where she unbuttons the top of her jacket and drops one of the sleeves off her shoulder, revealing that the thing she wears under her jacket is a halter top. And she's just into it. She's having a great time.
Going to decide that he wants to come downstairs to personally apologize to her.
It's going to take you a minute because you were up there having that conversation for a little while. But Zavara is apparently familiar with this song, and as you begin, he immediately joins in, providing backing along with the bard with him. So go ahead and roll your performance with advantage, given that you have a backing singers.
Is that a euphemism?
Oh my giddy aunt. Plus 1d6.
Operation, 20 numbers.
Get that 30 plus. Yes, do it. Over 30, over 30.
It's 1d6, right?
Yep.
From the crowd, you just hear your brother go, "That's my fucking sister!"
And yeah, it
With a
is.
southern accent.
It is the performance of the century. The whole tavern is kind of gathering around, just cheering as you play and dance atop this table. All of the courtesans have gathered around and are kind of just dancing and twirling around you as the golden band rolls, boom, 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 cheering them their own selves. It is quite the show. And yeah, you are able to, with that performance roll, you are able to jump up, catch the rafters with your tail, still playing as you twirl before dropping back down to the table. It is a hell of a sight to see for the rest of you.
Nyx is clapping, but it's definitely not on.
He's just like,
With that, she probably actually goes into a second song too.
yeah.
Encore, encore, encore.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the crowd is just beating for it.
Nick leans over to Lar and is like, "That's my fucking sister."
He just leans over to you and say, "I fucking know."
What? Are you trying to? Are we arm wrestling right now?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Fucking eyebrows, spread out his arms and just do a little swirl nod, like go for it.
Nick's just gonna use both his arms. He's just gonna roll a regular roll.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's still just gonna be irregular. And even though, like, what are your respective strength scores? So you've got your 20, you've got your 11. So yeah, I'm just gonna say, Laurie, you just have advantage on this roll.
I was gonna say you can give him advantage for using his arm. He can jump on the table too. For
Just the size differential and everything between the two of you. There's like, no, you have the advantage in this kind of contest. It is as simple as that.
Would this just be a straight up strength check or
Yeah.
athletic?
I suppose it technically would be. You could use athletics if you were proficient.
oh, even better. Okay, he raised the bar.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. There's no way I'm gonna win. Okay, you said I could do advantage?
No. Lorium is the one that has advantage because he's like got 100 pounds on you, and it's all muscle.
I said I'd give you advantage if you want it because it's funny. One, that would have been hilarious.
That would have genuinely been hilarious. So, Naira, you are about halfway through your second song when you just watch your brother kind of go as he attempts to arm wrestle your much larger companion. Whilst
I end up in the stool at the bar.
not quite. He didn't quite double your score, so you are still like, it wasn't a totally embarrassing loss, but it was definitely a loss. And at this point in Arian, I will say that you can have move downstairs. If you so choose, you can choose to come back down after your chat with Ranald, rather than spending the time creating potions in your room. You return to a much more... I'll just move your character down. As you return to a much more raucous scene than you had previously left. With the majority of the tavern gathered around this front table, cheering on Naira as she launches into, as she moves through her second number. What are you singing for your second number?
Give me a vote. Do we want something more cabaret or something more sea shanty? Cabaret? Hey, Big Fender.
Yes. My vote is yes. Big Spender, yes.
The minute you walk in the joint.
And the band definitely know this one. So, yeah. You once again have the full backing of Zavara and his bardic companion, as the courtesans and most of the tavern seem to like join in this rousing chorus as you thoroughly enjoy the victory that you have earned. Uther, what are you doing?
I'm very much watching Naira. She settles into her second number. As I look down towards my instrument, wanting to join, seeing her finally take the lead, you see the shifts as he lets out a holler as the movie rains through, just to make sure she can keep her confidence.
Go ahead and give me another performance check then with inspiration. Let's see how far this party can go.
Oh, are you kidding? Already? that I will.
More likely
I don't like this.
succeeded.
Okay.
Plus your bardic inspiration.
Not quite.
25. So that's still like a exceptional performance. You are working the crowd like a maestro as you take full advantage of their familiarity with this number to kind of, you get them repeating the chorus over and over and over, and just really put on a hell of a show. And let's get the
And I will
more
accept any drinks
enthusiastic.
that have been offered to me, by the way. 'cause
Oh yeah, you are just being like handed up bottles of wine. Anytime like people are just cheering and handing them up to you, you can they are yours for the reaching out to take.
Big chug it, hand it back to that guy, grab a different drink.
Yeah, though that is fully an option for you if that is like a course of action that you would be pursuing.
Releasing off stage cans their own drinks.
Just stone cold Steve Austining the beer.
Unfortunately, if I've had a little bit more to drink, her jacket has come out and he has thrown it in the general direction of their table.
Okay.
Point Marion will go sit with next to Nyx at the table, and as he passes by,
As you try and pass through the crowd, by the way, at least one or two of the courtesans will try and grab you and just start to dance with you.
as they grab me, I imagine by the hand or something.
Yeah.
I will whip up and like slap them like, grandmama's wooden spoon.
Yeah.
And try to reach a cookie
Okay.
on the hand.
They pout and shoo you off before rejoining the dance then.
And Aaron will take a seat and say, "You guys do know how to stir the pot."
I don't think it's hot in here. What?
Takes a breath.
Wait, you wanna smoke some pot?
Lauren will just say they've earned it.
He takes a breath and he'll look at the party and say, they talked to the Reynolds. I wanted to thank them. I wanted to also ask you guys a question. You mentioned you've been traveling with cows for some time. Where did he find him? How were you introduced to him?
It is like hard to hold this conversation here, by the way. There is a very loud group 10 feet that way.
Nyx just goes, man, that's some heavy shit.
By the way, Anarian is obviously like speaking in a loud volume, but it's not yelling precisely. Like there's very little emotion to it. He's just speaking really loudly to get over the music.
Yeah, Laurem's keeping track with you. You see his leg failing to resist tapping to the beat.
Yes. Yes. Nyx will just put his hand on Anarian's shoulder and say, "Look, we have time to talk about this another night." And then he'll push his clay tankard in front of Anarian. "Loosen up, Starboy."
As you grab his shoulder with his tail, he'll like flick your hand off and say, "I don't have time for this," and he just gets up and leaves.
Okay, you kind of shoulder your way back through.
While he
Sorry.
passed by, Lauren would have said, "It's alright, I don't think it got as far as you think it did." And that's it.
It's alright. He didn't what?
It didn't get as far, or he thinks it didn't get as far as you think it did.
Okay. as he walks by, he'll say, "Thank you kindly, kindred," and then he'll leave.
Just nod.
As Hey Big Spender continues, several of the tavern goers, the courtesans in particular, are approaching your table again, and unless you stop them, you are all going to be dragged into the dance. Do any of you stop them?
When they start like grabbing people. Sorry, this is so stupid. Nyx will grab Uther and bring him into the dance.
Okay.
Yeah. I would start dancing with Nyx.
I was suddenly feeling some confusion.
I don't like that you're friends. I don't get this.
Oh, Laura, I'm surprisingly good at dancing.
Well, he brings the thunder.
Although, Nyx, if you are going to make a performance check, because you are the drunkest of the bunch, you will be doing so at disadvantage.
Already there, baby.
Okay, so you don't embarrass yourself.
Leading.
I will say, Uther, you can tell, like, there's no ulterior motives. Nyx is just living in the moment and just having fun for the first time since you've met him.
So, Nary.
Uther just laughs and would literally spin you.
And you spin him, and he literally like spins off in a direction and just keeps going.
He's a Beyblade.
So, if I try to get down, are people gonna ask me to sing some more?
Oh, 100%, yes. Like, you are the conductor of a tavern-wide orchestra at this point.
Alright, that would work. So she's gonna break into a third song called Man Wanted.
Nice.
And if anybody knows Copacabana, I will be very impressed.
Nope.
You know it?
If it's raised correctly, thank you.
Sounds familiar. I'd actually have to listen to it to understand if I know it.
Go ahead and give me
The
a...
lyrics include things like... Sorry.
Sorry. No, go. Please, go ahead.
Some of the lyrics include things like man wanted, tall, dark, and tan wanted, about this much across and just about yay high. Oh, and also, my favorite, man wanted, no fumbling hands wanted. These ain't no kitty toys, so boys need not apply.
This, again, is a song that is very familiar to this particular crowd, or at least members of the establishment of this particular crowd. So again, give me another performance check with advantage, and we'll call the average of these three is basically your performance for the night.
My last one. Hold on.
Throw him out.
Throw him out.
Crap, that is a...
Hope we don't get murdered.
24.
24. So yeah, you are rocking a solid like 27 on your performance check for the night. So you can like the way this crowd is responding to you. Not only are you giving one of the best performances to have ever graced this room, this crowd is predetermined to love and adore you, given the tales that have been told of you since your return, and the particular affection and gratitude of Jolene, as she has she reappears at some point and then kind of talks to a few of the members of staff of the place, telling them a little bit about what her husband and everything have told her. Even Asola and Talus reappear at some point, apparently somewhat restored, and joining in this celebration of what could have been a great tragedy turned to at least some kind of triumph, and return to safety. As Naira is handed drinks to, make sure that her throat doesn't dry out too much between each performance, obviously. And they take greater and greater effect. And as this night progresses, we'll swing back over. Wander, you have been able to complete your crafting. As I mentioned, you were aware of the presence of Faithful Suval for at least a portion of it. Kind of watching your performance, or watching your kind of meditations. As far as he was concerned, he wasn't precisely aware of what you were doing, but he has apparently just left you to your work, and you have been able to complete it. Is there anything else that you wish to do?
I would like to use the cotton that I purchased and the weaver's tools to make something.
Okay. So you're just gonna.
Can't use magic. It's just good old.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and give me a. You've got the tools for it. So what? Yeah. I guess it would just be a tailor's kit check.
What skill is that associated with? Because I know I add my proficiency. I just don't know what skill.
Yeah. I would guess probably sleight of hand would be most appropriate. Although, I mean, if you want to pick one and if you can sell me on it, I'll let you use that one.
Okay. Brute force strength.
Using my hands. Well, I guess with my understanding of the design, I'll also send you the gold just in case, because I do have the gold prepared.
Cool.
I like how there's always a delay.
Well, that's not just because I'm sending him something on Discord.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that's a fairly simple thing to do. So you're definitely going to and you as well, because this isn't like an ability that you're using. It's actually just kind of a check that you're making. You can, if you prefer, take your time on it, and it basically take the rest of the night almost, and essentially take 10 on your check, or you can roll if you would prefer.
I will. Oh, it's gonna be so. I'm willing to try to make something several times, so I'll roll.
Okay.
So I'll roll the sleight of hand check. I will roll that to G.
That's still what's your proficiency?
Yeah, so add 2 to this.
Okay. Okay, nice. And that would also be, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. It's pretty good quality, actually. Not only are you able to accomplish your aim with what you think is a pretty decent, pretty decent skill, you're actually also able to make it a quite nice item to kind of just to look at in terms of the quality of its finish, any decorations that you want to add or anything like that. And yeah, that will take you probably another hour and a half to 2 hours, given kind of the scale of what you're working on. But yeah, you are able to spend your evening doing that without any problems.
My goal would be to wait there until, the dead of night.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, doing that, it was probably about 9-ish, 9:30-ish when you got back to town. So between going to the Fox and the Hound and then going to the Grove and then spending your time here, you'd probably finish her a little after midnight.
Where is everyone at that point? Passed out on chairs.
When you get back at about midnight, I would First of all, the acrobatics skill check. What was that for? I think you're muted.
At the end of my song, the third song, I have done a backflip off the table and landed like a gymnast.
Yes, no, with a 19, you stick the landing
I
to
used my inspiration to make sure I get that.
to a rousing round of cheers as, again, like, there's people just chanting for you to continue as Zavara continues to, strum away himself. People are literally, like, just chanting for you to continue with your performance. Is that something that you are going to do?
No, at this point she would want to take a break. She like, it looks like everybody's having so much fun dancing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Zavara, for his part, is a very skilled MC and is going to continue to do his best to keep the party going best he can. Not doing quite as good a job as you, but still a perfectly passable performance. Continuing the celebration for several hours. I would like everybody to give me another round of constitution checks as, more drinks are imbibed and everything as time goes on, unless you are specifically avoiding that. Ho! But
I'm done.
yeah, so Wander, you arrive I wouldn't say you completely pass out because you weren't drinking anything quite so vicious as Laurium and Nyx were. Laurium, because you passed the first one, you are able to make it to a bedroom if you put some effort into it, but it's going to be some effort because you are blitzed by the time midnight rolls around. Uther, you are, again, not having drunk quite as heavily.
In the bedroom?
I mean, you are probably the soberest of the group by the time midnight rolls around. You are able to more or less choose how your evening ends.
Just keep going. Sorry.
Well, no, I mean, like, what would be your objective to end the evening? A room has been placed at your disposal. Courtesans are also throwing themselves at you as you kind of dance around the room and everything.
I need to think about it. I was just doing that because you said when midnight rolls around.
Oh, right.
So I stumble and drape myself on Uther, and I'm probably going, you have really pretty eyes.
So do you, and I think your breath could be ignited with a torch.
Oh.
Great at her.
And she's embarrassed now. She's sort of hiding her head, but she's not doing a very good job of it.
I think we should all head to bed. As I would do that hand roll like a magician as Platinum Piece would appear as I would go. You cashing in your debt there, hero? As I would look towards Lauren. As I have the coin like, hey, here's your ticket to ride.
He's just staggering with, like, using the longsword as almost a cane. He's still an old dude. He'll just take the platinum and say, no thanks. But he'll still rock the platinum.
It's like he's still taking
And then I'll look over towards Nyx,
jacket.
I grab her jacket. I was already picking it up.
Lady at the club, my jacket.
I need a cigarette.
Yeah, he'll grab her jacket and her bag and like scoop up her other arm and help Uther.
I'm fine. I should get back up on a table.
Yeah!
Sing some more.
Your kind of way of being like, no, she's done. Thank you all so very kindly. And, yeah, here, go ahead and try and sign that autograph. Okay, that's a scribble. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's what it normally looks like. Let's go.
And yeah, you are able to guide her upstairs to one of the. There's a few rooms that have been placed at your disposal. Zavara actually kind of briefly leaves the room in the hands of one of the sort of sub-bards that works for him, and will escort you upstairs and explain that obviously, you know, you guys have the run of the place as part of the gratitude of the mistress or the madam. And you can either claim one of the larger rooms if you wish to sleep as a group, or individual rooms can be placed at your disposal.
And Naira the entire time's like, I'm not ready for bed.
Dreamer, you did good. Dreamer, you did great. It's time to get some sleep, and tomorrow is a brand new day.
Tell Zavara I want another one of those potions.
Mm-hmm. We will let him know. Yep.
Head to one of the barracks rooms, call it a night. I don't think anybody will complain if the beds aren't very comfortable.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, you guys can like basically pick any of the rooms that are up here. The barracks rooms, you are told, are the ones on the northern edge of this first corridor.
Perfect. As it's like a first door on the right, it's open. Great. Naira. Settle. Do that like crab walk sideways.
And the three of you are able to, yeah, make your way in. Valko kind of curling up at the foot of the bed.
It's not proper for me to sleep in a room with a bunch of boys.
Dreamer, if you were thinking about what was proper, you wouldn't have done half the stuff you did tonight. I think you'll be fine.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll see in the morning.
Oh, let me get you there, Lorium. Sorry, 1 second.
thank you.
Yeah, there's a. No, it's cool. There's just some weird wall set upstairs from Foundry.
He's literally just canning upstairs.
After we get Naira settled in bed and like Valko's settled, Nyx will start to exit the room and then stop and turn back to Uther and just say, take care of her.
You see as he studies you for a moment, relaxed on the pillow, his hands up behind his head, and his eyes open as he studies you. I promise you I'm gonna try the best I can.
I know. She's gonna believe you. Everything you tell her. That's just who she is. And She already has enough people behind her. And Nyx will slink out of the room.
I haven't
And that-
gone to her yet as you make your way out.
And Nara's got the hiccups, so she just randomly lives it.
I think at this point, Nyx sees the old man hobbling his way down and is like, oh, okay, come on. You had enough? Yeah?
He just holds up a middle finger.
Nyx will grab the middle finger and use it to guide him along.
He shakes you off and says, no, we take whatever room we want, right? Hope no one's in here. And he just walks.
He'll just say, just don't break it, and he'll shut the door.
I can be gentle, he says for the second time.
I'll believe it when I see it.
You didn't see it, but you know about it.
I heard enough. Nyx will. Sorry, I had to think about this. Go to Wander.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, Wander. At this point, you are you finish your work quite successfully in both cases, and return back to the Fox and the Hound. As I said, it's about midnight by the time you make your way back here. Let me actually transition. There we go. You find the tap room has quietened down pretty significantly from when you were last here. And your companions are actually nowhere to be seen at this point. There are still a few members of staff around, and a couple of the braver, more durable members of the public still gamely soldiering on with their drinks. But for the most part, things seem to have mellowed for the night.
He will walk around and approach Zavara. Is hopefully conscious.
Yes, Zavara apparently has not been indulging too heavily, at least in the libations of the evening. And goes, my metal friend, what can I do for you?
Where are they?
Oh, your companions? They are upstairs. They, well, they have enjoyed their evening, I dare say, and they have retired for the night. Do you wish to be let up to join them?
No. And he'll reach out and grab the things that he's made. The first one set on top of the other. And he'll say, can you give this to Nyx?
Your Dr. Baxi friend? Oh, yes, certainly. Should I tell him they're from you, or do you wish them to be anonymous?
In his room tonight.
Certainly, sir. The mystery of a gift. I know what you mean. And he will take them from you and head on upstairs. Nyx, go ahead and give me... Well, I mean, first of all, what are you doing? Are you choosing a room, or?
Yes, I'm going to take a room. I'm just trying to decide if I will be alone.
Okay, doke.
Not.
Oh, and Arian, let me move you up to one of the rooms since you said you had gone back up to resume your brewing.
Is that what the kids call it nowadays?
Actually, yes.
But yeah.
The cork in my potion box.
Are you? I mean, if you like, you could simply be standing undecided in the hall, Nix, when Zavara arrives.
Yeah, that's where Zavara finds him, just like in the hall, just contemplating.
Okay. He steps through the door. Seems a little bit surprised to see you for a moment. And goes, "Ah, Monsieur, you have not retired yet for the night. Is there anything I can do to help you find a room, somewhere of comfort, someone of comfort?"
Oh, no. I just needed a moment to think. You know, it's been a long week.
I imagine you have had quite your share of tribulations, but, well, if it is something that I can do to ease your mind, here, sir, some gifts for you. From a friend. And he hands you what looks to be a long black cloak, edged with blue accents that's been folded over it on itself. And then on top of it is a very finely made, relatively ornate dagger. Looks the steel of the blade itself is like blackened steel. With the handle has been treated so that it's been blued, so that as it kind of catches the light of the lanterns, it's that almost so black that it's blue, shimmering slightly in the lantern light. With these shades of all kinds of different blues and darks, as he holds them out to you. And as you examine the dagger itself, there's a strange, what looks to be a strange kind of mechanism incorporated into the hilt and the blade.
I will thank Zavara. Oh, friend, you say? Well, if you see my friend around, why don't you thank them for me?
I certainly will, sir. I certainly will.
And then he'll make his way to one of the larger rooms, taking the idea from Lorium. And once he gets inside, he will, he wants to figure out that mechanism.
Okay. It's not particularly complicated, and you are able to figure it out fairly easily. Essentially, it's a little bit like a flick knife. There's a spring mechanism inside it so that you can fold the blade down, and depending on which way you fold it, if you fold it clockwise, then essentially it's like a flick knife where you can very easily, just kind of with a flick of your wrist, extend the blade out again. However, if you fold it the other way, it seems to lock in place and require a specific movement to, there's like a little catch on it that you would need to release in order to release the blade. So it actually becomes kind of a concealed weapon, looking like just a kind of complicated metal rod if you slide the blade counterclockwise. So it would give you advantage on any check made to conceal it as a weapon.
That's so fucking cool. Nyx will... he got a gift, he loves it. And then he'll just kind of, like... he'll set it down and set it aside, and then climb into the bed and like curl up right in the center of the bed.
Okay. So I'm getting a little bit of feedback from somebody's. Oh,
Probably me.
that's cool. So yeah, the night draws to a close. The celebration.
I had one more thing that I wanted to do.
That's fair. No, you have not passed out yet, so yes, you can still accomplish anything that you would like.
So you know that sort of when when you hit enough alcohol that you go from happy to sad. That. And Naira will suddenly just be like, "Anarian doesn't like me. He thinks I'm weak."
Well, I think whoever this name is wrong. And that's good, though. It's weak.
What? Why is that good?
When you're strong, you
I'm at war with an Aryan?
looks over at you, confused, as you see him kind of like open his eyes a little bit. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about, never mind. But either way, Narian's wrong.
And she thinks about that for a while, and then she just goes, "Okay." And she just
Falls back and is mostly asleep.
And with that, the sounds of music still drifting up from the floor below lull you each to sleep in turn. You can all take your long rest, and we will end the session there for the night.
Oh my god, you recovered 30 hit points.
Good grief.
Was that being healed? I was down to the single digits.
Like, everybody started healing me, and all of a sudden I was like, I'm almost to full health.
Well, I think that was the first one of you to have gone down this campaign, isn't it?
Well, Calcifer kinda went down first.
I mean, fair. But
Oh no, wait, my favorite line from that is, but I'd like to see it anyway.
But cool. So with that, we will end the session, and I will stop the recording now.